I guess we'll have a meeting. All right, let's get started. Call to order the regular meeting of City Council, Successor Agency, Radio Development Agency, March 13th, 2017, in the City of St. Carlos. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a number of items on the calendar today, and so some folks are going to have to wait a little longer. We're going to try to be succinct with our comments, and we want to hear from you, but we have to go through the motion of our meeting. All right? Any changes to the order of the agenda?
No changes from staff this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody from the dais? All right. Mr. Rubens, a report from closed session?
There's no report tonight.
All right. We have a presentation of proclamation declaring March 2017 as American Red Cross Month. And we have Trevor Rigger. Mr. Rigger, how are you, sir? So we periodically have proclamations for different things. Red Cross is obviously a very, very important part of our city as well as the whole country, and it was founded in 1898. I didn't realize that. And March is the American Red Cross Month. I'm not going to read all these whereases. I think everybody knows what the Red Cross does, and thank God we have them. This is work with the military, home fires, any kind of accidents that happen. They also have counseling centers. Last year, they helped is the county or the city here?
It's in the chapter, the Bay
In the
Area.
chapter Bay Area, 981 families with temporary housing, clothing, food, mental health, counseling during 373 local disasters. So this is just part of what they do. I mean, they do a wonderful job. So, Mr. Rigger, I congratulate you, and March 2017 is American Red Cross Month.
Thank you very much.
You want to say a couple words?
Well, I just want to say thank you to the council and the mayor for taking the time to recognize March as Red Cross Month. And the purpose is really to make sure people know how important it is to be prepared. And as we saw just recently in our neighbors to the south, preparedness is key for disasters that can happen to us each and every day. And we respond to 2 to 3 fires every day. Our more than 3,700 volunteers in the Bay Area are up in the middle of the night making sure people have a place to stay and a little money for food and clothing when their home is lost. And we're happy to do it, and we're thrilled to be honored here today. And this partnership is really important. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Again, is there a chair where? Anywhere? Chair over here? There's one there. Folks are not going to, unfortunately, fire marshal won't let you stand. So otherwise, there's an overflow in the enterprise room upstairs, which is up the stairs and then down the hallway. Sorry about that, but hopefully you'll be able to hear us. Okay? Just 1 second here. Let me get this organized. All right. All right. So now we have public comment, but this is for items that are not on the agenda. So this is for something that wouldn't be, that you haven't marked off your sheets for, be something completely different that wouldn't be on the agenda. Is there anyone wishing to speak on something not on the agenda tonight? All right, thank you. All right, next is consent calendar. Consent calendar items are commonplace to be considered to be routine and would be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
I believe actually members of the public have asked that it's item 7H be removed, so is that going to be removed?
It will be removed.
Thank you.
Is there any other items that want to be removed? All right, I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of consent items A through G and I.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, we will take 7H at the end of, after 11B.
Can we take it sooner?
No? Don't.
Okay.
8A, report to council on annual update on police services. Chief, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Good.
Good evening, Mayor Grisilli, members of the City Council, Greg Rothfuss, Police Chief. As you know, for the contract with Police Services with San Carlos, the Sheriff's Office provides an annual update on what's going on with respect to crime and other related matters in the community, so that's what tonight is all about. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Before I do, the first thing I'll discuss is crime, and I want to talk real briefly about how we measure crime. These are the metrics by which we measure crime, and we watch whether it goes up and down in any given area. Murder, rape, robbery, assault, burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft. I think, as everybody knows, those aren't the only crimes, but this is an index, and we watch this across all communities. The FBI tracks this across all communities, and we're able to see year to year how we're doing. So with respect to Part 1 crime rates in San Carlos, over the past, since 2009, we have seen, last year we've had about a 10% decrease in crime overall last year, and we see an overall decrease in crime, a general trend of a decrease in crime in San Carlos, which is very good considering that this community becomes more vibrant and more active year to year. One of the kind of astonishing results has been our precipitous drop in violent crime. We've had an 82% decrease in violent crime since the year 2009. Last year we had only 14 violent crimes. We had our lowest level of robberies. I think it was only 6 for the year, and what was astonishing is none of those involved a weapon. They were all strong-arm robberies, and so an example of that is like a purse snatching or something in that regard. So that was really significant good news for us. Residential burglary continues to be on a trend all over, a slight increase, and you can see here in San Carlos, 2015 was a terrible year for residential burglary in San Carlos. By 2016, we've just normalized and returned to our normal rates. Those 2015 numbers that you see there, they include burglaries from homes that are under construction and not lived in. We had an enormous amount of those in 2015. So in 2016, our burglary rates are high still, and that's not unlike what we're seeing in other communities in the county. In terms of how we've responded to this, to crime in this community, especially with this last year, and even in prior years, one has been some of the strategic communications initiatives that we've had in San Carlos. We've kept the community advised always about what's going on through SMC Alert. I hope many of you have signed up for that. Some of our press releases and town hall meetings, we even had a Twitter town hall. Anything that we do can keep the community advised of what's going on. We also message probably more strongly than any other community this concept of personal responsibility as it relates to crime fighting. And I'll talk about that a little bit more, but all of us have a role to play in our homes about not becoming victims of crime, and there's much that we can do. And we've had some public information, public outreach campaigns as it relates to a real new and innovative public outreach campaigns as it relates to crime prevention. I'll show you 2 of them right now. One has been your vehicle is no place for valuables. We have these cards. We actually give these cards out on traffic stops to people, not when we cite them, only when we warn them, because after we cite them, they really don't want much of our advice. So we just give these out warnings. We've also sent that card home to every house in the city, every residence in the city, and it really is. It really is true. The tough fact for people to understand is that if they insist on leaving valuables in their car, eventually they're going to get ripped off, and there's a good chance there's nothing we can do about it. The case closure rates for vehicle burglary are extremely low everywhere. And we had a recent one, somebody lost like $6,000 worth of stuff. It's gone, we'll never get it back, and we'll probably never find the guy who did it. So the idea is for us to make sure we do not leave valuables in our car. The second one has to do with, this is another outreach campaign, again sent to every house, every residence in the community, about tips to be secure from residential burglary. And this was important, and we sent that out, and I think they were well received. Another thing that we've been really lucky to have here in San Carlos is an engaged community as it relates to crime. I know I've told this to the council before, but this community is very sensitive to crime increases, and they're very reactive to it early. Not all communities are. Some communities, they'll have it, they'll be sleepy, they'll be dormant, they won't know, and they won't react. This community reacts immediately to crime. I hear from the community. They work together. They work with each other. They work with their neighbors. And that, I think, has been very, very helpful. Some of you have been to the town hall meeting. We had a packed town hall meeting. They cared very much about what was going on here in this community. We're getting a lot more calls on suspicious vehicles and suspicious people in the neighborhoods. Before, people were reluctant to call us. They didn't want to bother us. We've tried to give that message that people have the absolute right to call us, and they should be calling us. It's a service they're paying for, and if they're concerned about somebody or something in their neighborhood, they should be picking up the phone and calling us right away. And we've also done some home security checks and those sorts of things with the community. They've asked for that, and we've helped them. So we've been fortunate to have an engaged community. We've had a team approach here at City Hall. It hasn't been just the police bureau at the tip of the sword fighting crime, but we've had a lot of help from other departments. We've had help from our, specifically as it relates to this outreach, our city manager, Jeff Maltby, our assistant city manager, Tara Peterson, management analyst, Kristen Flores, and Brian Carey with communications. They all were very instrumental in helping getting our message out and designing these communication outreach pieces. And so we've had a really good team approach at City Hall. We've had some successful complex criminal investigations. Especially these burglary investigations, they were very difficult with cell phones and GPS and tracker systems and things that we have now. These investigations are complex and they're very technical, and our detectives have done a very good job. We've made some key arrests. Some people who committed burglaries in this community are being sentenced to 25, 35 years in prison for what they did. And that was a lot of good work on the part of our detectives in our patrol bureau. And then certainly, last but not least, has been the role the council, I think, has played this year in particular, and other years as well. And that is, especially when these burglaries hit, obviously we're all very, very concerned with that. But I think what I was really impressed with is council decided to study the issue and not look for somebody to blame, but more to study it and to figure out what was going on so that you could help. Once you understood what was happening, we were very good about providing, council's very good about providing technology support that we needed to be able to fight this. They were very good about funding overtime positions that we needed, undercover details that we needed to fight crime, making sure that we have discretionary funds that we can use to react to whatever crime. That's a policy that council has. That's been enormously helpful in our ability to fight crime in this community. Council members going on ride-alongs, some of you were out there watching these details, trying to figure out how we work, how you can help and how you can support. You've gone to our town hall meetings, you've gone to other community meetings, and I see some of your emails with your constituents. You very effectively communicate what's been going on, what you're doing, what the sheriff's office is doing. You are instilling confidence in your constituents rather than fear. That's how you reacted to it. In short, through that period that we went through recently, this council was very supportive and showed exemplary leadership in that kind of a situation. Other major initiatives that we have going on, we spend about 920 hours a year in the San Carlos schools. That's a service the Sheriff's Office provides. It's about a half a full-time position. Sheriff's Office does not charge for that, but we provide an enormous amount of services in the schools with the kids and working with the school district as it relates to their safety in the schools and their safety outside of the schools. Where obviously you see us a lot. I hope everybody else sees us a lot at the community events, whether it's at the farmers market or Night of Lights or Hometown Days. We have a very strong presence at these events. A couple other issues that we've been working on and very effectively with has been homelessness. We have had and do have from time to time homeless individuals living in San Carlos. We work very closely with the homeless outreach team of this county of San Mateo, not just to displace these people out of San Carlos, but to find them a shelter, find them permanent lodging, try to coordinate with families and resources where we can help these individuals. And then last on this has been work with our psychological emergency response team, or PERT. The city manager allowed us to bring that individual into City Hall to have that person housed here, and now the San Carlos is able to take advantage of that person and use them. We've had about 87 incidents in the last year where somebody's called us as a result, and where we've had to commit somebody under 5150 of the Welfare and Institution Code for mental health issues. 87 times a year is a lot. And we have a person dedicated. We don't just move those people on either. We look for services that we can provide them, whether it's mental health services, home services, social programs, family connections. Sometimes we work with their physicians, and whatever we can to do to find permanent solutions for people who are homeless or who are having mental health problems. In addition to those, there's a few things that came out in the staff report that you have that I won't go into detail, but as you can see, we've noticed an increase in our injury accidents in this community. It's the highest it's been in 4 years. We've been watching that. We'll continue to watch it, and I've asked my traffic sergeant to give me a plan within a month about what specifically we're going to do. But I just want to give everybody here who gets an advance warning, probably tickets is going to be a part of it, so you're going to want to just drive careful. You have a heads up. Our response times are really good. We're able to make it to emergency calls in an average of 3 minutes and 44 seconds. That's a very low emergency response time. I check them personally to make sure they're accurate so that we're not over-exaggerating how effective and how fast we are at these responses, and these are accurate. We continue to do citizen satisfaction surveys with a rating of exceeding 90%, and our clearance rates, our ability to solve crime, is the highest it's been since I've been checking. And in the words of Mayor Grisilli, I am a numbers guy. I check those things and regularly, and I can tell you those are pretty good too. So that's all I have for tonight. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I think it's a real positive report for our city, and obviously thank you and your men and women of the department who do a great job every day, in my opinion, and keep us safe. Questions from the dais? Yes, Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Chief. I agree. It's a great reminder of how much of a safe city we live in. I wanted to let you know that I saw this item on the agenda, and I finally got around to buying a couple padlocks from my side gates, so I'm going to try not to be a victim of a burglary. I wanted to ask a question about burglaries. You mentioned that the stats were really high in 2015 because there were burglaries of homes that were under construction where people were not there.
Right.
I think I noted from the staff report that if you removed those burglaries, the number of burglaries was flat from 2015 to 2016? Is that?
I think there was a difference of maybe only one or two if you remove those. And what might be surprising to you is that there's not the community outreach, concerns as much as there was last year. That's because last year it was all like in the last 3 months of the year and all up on the Crestview corridor.
Right.
And this year we have not seen that at all. What we've seen is the burglaries are spread out throughout the year. And on top of that, we don't have these construction site burglaries that are making the newspaper and being coded as burglaries, or making PIN maps and being coded as residential burglaries, and further, inciting fear in the community. So that's why, despite the fact there's a little difference, there's a very big difference in the community reaction.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You mentioned the funds that we appropriated last year for kind of emergency policing services. I was just wondering if you could give us an update. Did we expend all of those funds last year? Is there any money left? Do you think you'll be coming forth with a request for additional funding?
I think I don't have the final numbers, but I think there's going to be money left from last year, and I believe that the budget process, we've had a good situation going wherein that there's been money put in the budget for me in the event I need it. In some cases I do, in some cases I don't. Inevitably, we return money at the end of every year, but that decision by the council to allow me to have those discretionary funds to immediately react to crime is very helpful.
Got it. Okay. And then last question. I agree that the citizen satisfaction survey is excellent, 92%, but it is on a somewhat of a downward slope. It's still an A, but I wondered if you could share any thoughts on why you're seeing it decline a little bit year over year. Do you think it's background feelings about police in general, or do you think it has to do with specific incidents in San Carlos?
No, what happened, last year we sent out, I think, just 24 surveys last year, and I think something like that, 24, 26, right? And all of them were like A++, except for two. We made two people really mad. I don't know who they were, but they didn't like the outcome very much. And so I took note of that. And we have that, again, when you're throwing out a low number of surveys every year and you have 2 responses, 2 negatives in the entire year, that can,
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Olbert. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for a great presentation, and I'll echo what Cameron said, and please give our thanks to the men and women who serve us working for you. And also, I'd also like to say that you lauded a couple of times our leadership in being willing to be responsive and supportive. I'd also like to recognize your leadership, because a lot of what's here would not have happened without you. And I particularly also appreciate the fact that you have always made yourself available to respond to any citizen inquiry. I refer a lot of people to you. I think, as I've shared with you, most of them are hesitant to call you, but I hope some of them at least are. I've heard back from a few that they've always enjoyed the conversations and learned a lot, so please keep doing that. I had one follow-up question. Cameron actually asked several of the things I was going to ask, but one follow-up question about the residential burglary situation. So essentially, we saw in 2016, absent the construction burglaries, essentially the same rate.
Yes.
It's just, as you were pointing out at the end there, the community reaction was very different.
Very different. The pattern was extremely different, too.
And probably because the pattern was different. Just for future reference and kind of help educate the public, those kind of occasional concentrations of burglaries, does that happen? I mean,
It does.
So
It does
that's
happen from
something
time to time.
again.
And we have, I know we have White Oaks residents who are here tonight, and they can tell you about times it's been in White Oaks,
Okay.
when they've had their concentrations, and we've had meetings out there. This one was the Crestview Corridor, and it was a jump onto 280. But I can tell you that we arrested the people responsible for virtually every single one of those burglaries, and they are going away for a long time, 25, 35-year sentences in prison. These people, unfortunately, they're violent criminals, and they've had a violent criminal history prior to this. So they're career criminals.
Well, I'm glad that we caught them and were able to put them away. One thought I had, by the way, just in reading the staff report, not what you just gave, but the written material that came with the agenda, I actually really enjoyed reading it. I thought it had a bunch of great information, which you couldn't cover every single thing in your verbal presentation. I'd ask you to think about whether or not there's a way to recast what was written in a form that could be put up on the city website, so it would be publicly available easily for people to read, because I, frankly, as I said, found it very informative. And I think others might as well.
I think that can be done, sir. Yeah.
The last question I had is related to the emergency funds that we gave you the other year to respond with. Without compromising any kind of efforts that we do, can you give us a flavor for some of the uses that the money was put towards? I'm just curious.
Well, those people who were living up on Crestview obviously they saw a real high presence of marked units up there in the area.
Okay.
And so that, in order to get that kind of presence, we have to be able to post and fill overtime to be able to flood that area with police. But we also did it with unmarked units, and our crime suppression unit, and special units up there. I know at least one council member on Ride-Along saw that. And so we were paying for those types of people. Mainly it's personnel expenses. It's putting people up there. It's also investigative work. These detectives did not have a lot of evenings and weekends off during this time period. They were committed to finding these guys, and they were working a lot of hard, and they were working a lot of hours. And so those things add up, and the council made that decision that they wanted to make sure that we had what we needed to fight this, and we were able to thankfully use that money to bring about a good result.
Given, as you said a few minutes ago, that these things tend to come sometimes in waves and surges and concentrations, maybe this is something we ought to think about having as a ready reserve, kind of as a just going forward policy as part of the budget process. So, and not wait for an event to happen, a wave to happen before we respond. So, again, great job. Thank you very much for a very informative presentation, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Grocott.
Just a couple of questions. I'm wondering if you see any correlation to the reduction that you report on, and just a raised, I guess we would call it, awareness of your presence, your department's presence in the community, vis-a-vis things being in the paper, there were articles, about the little, I guess we'd call it a crime spree, if nothing, for lack of anything else. Both in, for a time we were having trouble with the marketplace, and then we had trouble with some of the different neighborhoods, and so we were in the paper. Do you think any of the, like I said, the awareness that came from that caused a reduction at all?
I think it did. And the city manager and I had a discussion about this recently, where when there's some crime in this community gets very noisy. And so whether it's stuff in the paper, city hall meetings, we got license plate reader discussions that are public. We've got extra funds being approved, extra patrols, and a lot of discussion about neighborhood watch and things like that. I think it has a lot to do with it.
Okay. One of the other, and then the next thing I have is just a comment. One of the things I've noticed in my industry is that when home remodels are happening, it's become more common to put up fences for, sometimes they're actually required, if it's a commercial project or something because of OSHA and that sort of thing. But if it's a residential project, I don't know that it's always required, but oftentimes contractors will go to that extra expense to put up the security fences for the protection of the remodel. I would think it might be advisable to see if you can put together some kind of program where contractors and the Sheriff's Department could work together to communicate to some who are not necessarily doing such a great job of securing their sites. I've heard of everything from the fencing, the protective fencing, to pretty low-cost cameras that can be installed to help surveil the property during construction and protect it. So there just seems to me there's some things that could be done to raise that awareness and raise that bar a little bit.
Well, I can tell you that we have done some things. We've worked with our chief building official, Chris Valley, to implement some changes as it relates to new construction permits and ways that we can help secure the property. But I'll bet, like you say, there's more that we can maybe do, and I can look into that. And you're certainly right to be thinking that way, because when it comes to crime, there really are no silver bullets. But if there was one, it's individuals and businesses taking a sense of personal responsibility so that they can prevent themselves, their homes, and their businesses from being victimized. We all have that responsibility, and what you're pointing to is even contractors who are doing construction, they should not be contributing to a crime problem and driving costs in the city to fight crime because they don't want to make the other investment of just reasonable security. And I think that's what you're saying. It's
Yes.
logical.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, a great report, Greg. You and I go back a long way, and you know how much I appreciate what you do, and we're very fortunate to have you as our bureau chief. Also, shout out to Officer Pettit. He is the one I went along in the ride along with, and had an occasion at the recent farmers market to have a long chat with him. He continually impresses me with his depth of knowledge, his history of the community, and what he does for us. I think he's also a great asset, so hope you pass that along with him.
We have a lot of great people.
To him. The other question I had was, you mentioned the construction burglaries, and that was a big part. What changed in 2016 that apparently is not an issue anymore? Is that what I heard?
We've had a couple, maybe 3 or 4 at most this year, maybe as little as 2. I think there's I know we worked with Chris Valley, and we've implemented some changes that I think have been helpful. And oftentimes, some of these crimes are cyclical. It's tempting to pat yourself on the back at times and say, wow, we've done all these great things, and look at, when the answer might be, we arrested the guys already, from some other place. And that can happen too. So one of the things that's very difficult in our job is to figure out sometimes why a crime like that will decrease. But I do know that we have had some support from the building official on putting some parameters on these contractors in the last year or so.
I did notice one or two sites where there was a sign out in front that said, "No tools left on site overnight," or something like that. So is that a requirement now?
I'm not exactly sure of what we worked out with them. I can find that out for you. But I do know that, prior to our interaction with the building official, it was just whatever, and so we were getting tools stolen left and right, and we approached them, and we were able to get them to put some requirements on, for security requirements on the contractors. I don't know exactly what they're at this point, but I do know that we've noticed that we've seen a fall in this crime since that time. Hopefully it's a result of those measures, or partially, and it could be that it's not the crime du jour today. So.
Great.
Thank you. Mr. Olbert, last question? Yes, thank you. Actually, it was sparked by some of our recent conversations. Really, probably more a question for Mr. Rubens. I seem to remember when we had the discussion after the Crestview wave of burglaries, the issue being brought up about requiring security measures on construction sites. But I don't remember the answer to the question of, are we able to make that as a condition of granting a permit?
My recollection is that we, that's the way that it's being done is through, either through a notification or a condition on a building permit. It's sort of like we require fencing on construction sites, and so it's secure site security is, I think, generally what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, 'cause I remember bringing that up, and I'm glad to see that it got implemented, and even gladder to see that it actually apparently had some beneficial effect. Mr. Johnson, one more?
Thanks. We're going to be talking about immigration later this evening, and since we have you here, and I know there's a lot of people who are interested in the topic, I just want to ask a couple quick questions.
Okay.
I know it's the policy of the Sheriff's Office not to go out and ask people for their immigration status, and just if you could briefly explain the philosophy behind that.
I'd be happy to. Yeah, from the Sheriff's Office perspective, there's a couple issues. First of all, we're not a federal agency. We don't enforce immigration laws. That's the role of the federal government. That's our responsibility, or it's our role, nor is it our desire. And the reasons for not doing that are really very practical. Our job is to ensure public safety of everybody in the community that we police. There are no groups of people or classes of people who don't get police protection. Everybody gets police protection, whether somebody's a citizen or a non-citizen. And so if we start working down the road of enforcing immigration laws or working with agencies that enforce immigration laws, people won't have confidence to report crimes. They won't have confidence to become witnesses. They won't have enough confidence to use some of our services. So it's a dead end for local law enforcement to decide that they're going to be in the immigration business, so we don't do that. But it's not only what we don't do, it's what we do with the Sheriff's Office as it relates to the immigrant community. We have some programs in the Sheriff's Office that I would say probably I would be hard-pressed to find another organization in this county that does as much for the immigrant community as the Sheriff's Office does. We have, for example, our Sheriff's Activities League for Kids. 3,500 kids a year go through that program. We have a program called CARE On, Community Alliance to Revitalize Our Neighborhoods. That program is specifically designed to assist immigrants into the integration into the United States community, our laws, our customs. And at no time do we ever ask what the immigration status is of anybody who participates in any of our programs. They're all designed to help keep their kids safe, to help keep them safe. So I do sometimes, many times, have to come up, especially nowadays, and talk about what the Sheriff's Office doesn't do. But I think it's equally important for me to talk about all that we do, and I think we'd be hard-pressed to find some organization that does more for the immigrants than the Sheriff's Office in this county.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm going to just ask one more quick question before the mayor cuts me off. I know we have a long agenda. Do immigrants disproportionately commit crimes in San Carlos, and have you seen a rise in crimes against immigrants in San Carlos recently?
On the first note, I would have no way of knowing for sure. I wouldn't, but off the top of my head, I wouldn't think so. But I wouldn't know because I don't know the immigration status of people who we come in contact with. And the second question was?
Are you finding that immigrants have become an increased victims of crime in San Carlos, which is a concern that's been raised by...
And victimized?
Increase in becoming victims of crimes.
No, I haven't seen that.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, very much. Really appreciate it. You do a great job. Since I'm moving stuff around already, I talked to the city manager. We're going to move 9A to behind 7H. So right now, we're going to go to 10. 10A, consideration of adopting a resolution regarding the year-round farmers market. And before we start, I'd like to ask a question of my colleague, Mr. Olbert, because Mr. Olbert is the one who wanted to bring this back, so I was curious what your question was.
I think as
Your concern was.
I think as I tried to lay out last time, my concern had to do with the makeup of the vendors that are present and during the off months.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're clear. So are we going to have staff report, Mr. Savay? Thank you.
Yes, very briefly, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. As you know, this went to the City Council at your last meeting on February 27th, and the council voted 3-2 to pass a resolution that would allow the farmers market to continue on a yearly basis if staff gives it a special event permit. And at the conclusion of that meeting, Councilmember Olbert proposed reconsidering this issue, and so we are bringing this back to you tonight for further discussion. We've provided a number of different options in the staff report. If you allow the current vote to stand, then the resolution that you passed at the last meeting would stay in place, and there's a couple of other options we've offered for you to extend the farmers market for a one-year period and then reassess at the end of that one-year period, and then to eliminate the winter months from the farmers market. I understand that CEO Dave Bouchard of the Chamber would like to address the City Council, and so that concludes my comments.
All right. Before Mr. Bouchard comes up, questions of Mr. Savay? All right. Dave? I'm sorry, Mr. So many people, I didn't see you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. As Al mentioned, I'm before you this evening on behalf of the San Carlos Chamber of Commerce to request the continued operation of the San Carlos Farmers Market on Sundays year-round. The Sunday Farmers Market on the 700 block of Laurel Street opened in June last year after 12 years as a seasonal Thursday night market. We started what is essentially a new market only just 9 months ago. It takes roughly, as I mentioned at the last presentation, 2 to 3 years for a new market to become fully established, and we feel strongly that it's too soon to make any drastic changes. We've worked very hard to keep and attract both ag and non-ag vendors in order to maintain the market's viability. Yet, no matter what we do to promote the market, surprisingly, there are people who still don't know that we've moved the market to Sundays. That said, we still had, on average, 3,000 to 4,000 attendees weekly during the summer and fall months, and 1,000 to 2,000 in the winter. And these numbers will only improve over time. As you know, we've experienced smaller markets and fewer vendors during the months of January and February, which is part of the reason why we're back here this evening. But this was primarily due to extremely poor weather conditions. The primary concern, as I heard expressed at the last City Council meeting and from talking to members of the Council since, was basically centered on the small number of ag vendors during this past winter. As I mentioned earlier, we believe it's too soon to make any drastic changes to the market, especially knowing that the variety of winter crops is extensive to shoppers who are able to find just about whatever they want, and I want to stress this, under normal winter conditions. If we decided to go seasonally, it will be devastating to the market. If vendors lose 3 to 4 months of income, we will lose them to other year-round markets, and we will be in no position to get them back. In fact, many of our vendors are the owners and actually work the market here themselves. If they have to move to another Sunday market to maintain their year-round income, which we fear many will do, it will be difficult for them to hire additional help to work the San Carlos market. Consistency and visibility are critical to our long-term success, and the future viability of the market will be threatened if changes are made now. Just want to point out that when Hot Harvest Nights ended and we started the new Sunday market, we entered a very competitive field of established year-round markets, including on Sundays in our own backyard, Belmont, Burlingame, Menlo Park, Palo Alto, and Mountain View. That's just to name a few of the weekend year-round markets. Right here, as I said, in our own backyard, there are a number of others on Saturdays that would gladly accept vendors from San Carlos, along with customers that they've worked so hard to keep. So here's our commitment. And as I said, listen to many of you on the council here and fully understand that what your concerns are. So our commitment to the city and the community as operator of the Sunday year-round Santa Carlos Farmers Market is the Chamber will actively promote the market to ensure the optimum number of vendors at all times. It's in everyone's best interest to have a successful market in our downtown, and the Chamber has always worked very hard to present a good product. And this goes back to 2004 when the Chamber was first chartered with operating a farmers market as a part of the city's redevelopment. Secondly, we firmly believe that over time, the number of agricultural vendors will increase, including during the winter months. Although we really needed that rain, it's hard to imagine we'll experience the same level of intensity in the foreseeable future. And finally, the San Carlos Farmers Market will continue to be the best market on the peninsula for the vendors, their customers, and the community. With that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Okay, and Mr. Olbert?
Yes, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. I'd like to get a sense of, I appreciate the commitment, and I appreciate the time you and I have spent in talking to Chamber Board members between these last two meetings. What can we expect in terms of efforts to try and do what's possible to ensure a good, viable mix of vendors? What are you thinking of doing either differently or more of than happened this winter?
So currently we have a very good mix. I think we did a very good job of retaining as many of the farmers vendors, both ag and non-ag, from the Thursday market. They joined us on Sundays, many of them did. Many of them couldn't because they had commitments to other Sunday weekend markets, and we were able to recruit a good number of ag vendors to replace those that we could not keep. During the spring, summer, and fall, we know that, the crops are in season, so during the winter months is when there's fewer available, and we'll do everything we can, through all the resources that we have, and we have folks on staff that are very well connected with a lot of the markets in the area and those that grow the crops, to reach out to those folks. I think being a somewhat non-established market on a weekend, put us at a disadvantage because we're an unproven commodity. And I think the longer we go, the more, we'll gain traction, and we'll get the notoriety that we deserve for being the best market on the peninsula, as many of our vendors have said that we are and told us over the years, and even currently under the current conditions that we are operating.
So as the follow-up, as the market on Sunday builds and becomes known as being equally attractive as the Thursday market was to people, do you anticipate, my understanding is that in part what's happened is that vendors will make commitments to, or verbal commitments to show up for all of the, for a number of, and then depending on conditions or their own situation, they may or may not actually show up. So are there things that you would anticipate the chamber doing over time to kind of, if not ensure, at least make it clear that steady, reliable presence is important?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know a lot of other markets do that. They're able to because they're established, and they bring a lot of people to the market. And I think over time, as we grow,
establish, you
as we
expect to
become
be able
more
to do that,
established, and particularly I know the winter months are the real sticking point here, and that's when we are concerned as well about going forward, and we want to make sure that this is the best possible market that it possibly can be. And because we are competing, with those that I mentioned in other parts of the immediate area, and we want to make sure. And San Carlos is very unique. We all know that. We've had this market in the downtown, right on Laurel Street in the middle of town, which makes it unique among many markets that are located in either Caltrain depot or a college campus or blocks away from the main downtown. So we have that going for us, and I think that's what really is attractive to a lot of our vendors and why they keep coming back and why they've stuck with us.
I would agree with you from what I've learned about the unique nature of the venue that we have for the farmers market, and hopefully that cuts many ways, and hopefully that'll be one of the things that will allow the chamber to relatively rapidly get to the place where we can be pretty sure about maintaining a stable, good mix of healthy choices that are not usually available to people in that kind of setting.
Absolutely.
Which is a more long-winded way of expressing what my original concern was a couple of weeks ago.
And going back to the fact that this year was an anomaly. I mean, we all know what, it affected other markets, it affected businesses on Main Street and on Laurel Street. It hit everybody really hard, particularly because of the timing. But hopefully, I don't want to, jinx anything, but, we need a steady, steady rain during a certain amount of time over the course of the average winter, but this was obviously way out of normal, way out of the normal. So.
Thank you.
Okay, this is only the second time in my 12 years, and I don't remember another time, that we've ever had something reconsidered. I do not want to stop anyone from speaking on this issue, but you've convinced me to change my vote. I voted against it. And so I don't know how the other council feels, if they want to. And again, if someone needs to speak on this, I have about 10 cards. I'm not going to stop them from speaking. But as far as I'm concerned, at least, again, in my head, it's 3-2-4. Although the votes haven't been counted, obviously. Now, is there anyone here that has to speak? Okay, they don't have to speak. I'll give you a chance if it goes the other way, but otherwise I'd entertain a motion, probably the same motion that we had last time.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2017-24.
24.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing the San Carlos Chamber of Commerce to operate a year-round farmers market in downtown San Carlos on Sundays, subject to annual approval of a special event permit.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second, and further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. I want to thank the folks that came out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. As I said, this is a very unique situation. This will not happen in other items on the agenda tonight. Everyone who put a card in will get to speak, but this was one that was reconsidered, as I said, very unusual for that to happen. So thank you all for coming on that, and I appreciate it. We'll move on to the next item.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, do we want to potentially give people an opportunity, if they wish to leave, to leave?
Sure. If folks are just concerned about the market, if they want to leave, then we'll give some chairs up. If not, that's fine, they can stay. There's no reason they have to. So there's a couple of chairs up here. And again, I apologize, but if you're standing, you either have to be outside or you have to be upstairs in the enterprise room. There's a seat up here, sir. Okay. Mr. Survey, this is item 11A, consideration of adopting a resolution amending the on-street dining pilot program.
Mayor, members of the City Council, back in 2015, summer of 2015, the City Council approved a pilot program to try out on-street dining in the community and it was a pilot program that would allow 18 months for a couple of restaurants in the downtown to be considered for this program. And most recently, with the beginning of the construction of the Wheeler Plaza project, we understand that people have been expressing concerns to the council with regard to available parking. And so at your last meeting, you asked staff to bring this back to you for further consideration and discussion. Tonight we have a number of options for your consideration, and to discuss those options and provide just a little bit of background to refresh our memories, Laura Russell, our senior planner, will discuss this briefly.
Welcome, Laura.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks, Al. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So the on-street dining pilot program was developed in response to a City Council strategic plan objective to develop a program for restaurant parklets. So the pilot program was adopted by the City Council in July 2015. The full description of the program is included as attachment 3 to the staff report. Highlights are that it includes 2 restaurants in the 600, 700, and 800 blocks of Laurel Street for an 18-month time period. And at the request of the City Council, at the time that it was adopted, the restaurants are required to implement measures to help offset the use of the public parking spaces. So as approved by the City Council, the pilot program includes selection criteria and the formation of a selection committee, and that has members from the Economic Development Advisory Commission, Transportation and Circulation, Planning Commission, Chamber of Commerce, and staff. So in terms of the status of the program, 3 applications were received in response for the call to projects that the city issued. The selection committee met to review the applications and recommended that town proceed with the process. The committee provided comments on the designs for Positano and Piacere. Both of those restaurants have revised their plans in response to those comments, and staff was in the process of scheduling a selection committee meeting when the City Council asked to revisit the program. Town was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission, got their building permits and encroachment permits, built it, and began operation on February 10th of this year. So staff has provided 3 options since the council may wish to consider this evening. Number 1 is to continue the program as originally approved. This would mean that the selection process would continue, and the pilot period would be from approximately this summer of 2017 until winter of 2018. Option number 2, the council could postpone the implementation of the second location until the new Wheeler parking structure is open for public parking. The selection process could continue during that time, but staff would time it up so that the operation wouldn't start until approximately May 2018. The resolution for this option is included as attachment 1 to the staff report. Option 3 is to modify the program to include only 1 location and not select a second location. With this option, neither of the other 2 restaurants that have participated in the program and revised their plans would be allowed to continue. The resolution for this option is included as attachment 2. Regardless of any of these options that are before you, it has always been intended that at the end of the pilot program, the City Council would evaluate the program overall and consider whether to end it at that time, to modify it, or to make it permanent. So it has been known to the restaurants for the entire time that there would be an 18-month evaluation at the end. So we are available to answer any questions or receive any additional direction that the council may have on the pilot program. Thank you.
So just a point of note here, Laura, on your screen there. The second one is the one that staff is recommending. Is that correct?
That is the staff recommendation.
Okay. You didn't say that the first time. I want to make sure everybody understands that. Okay. Mr. Olbert first, then Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for a good presentation. Just a couple of, one question for staff and then one question for the dais. If we go with the staff recommendation of option 2, which my way of thinking puts the program on hiatus for some period of time, how does that affect
the term that town, who's already got it installed, gets to operate it. Remember, basically the original program anticipated we were going to have these things in existence for some period of time and then say, stop the music, let's study and see what happened and see whether we want to continue them. If we put the program on hiatus, do they get to continue keeping it there, or do we stop after the original shot clock stops and say, okay, we're going to evaluate the town situation and decide whether it gets to continue or not? Can you help me out with that? Do you see where I'm confused?
Yes, I think that the council has a number of options in regards to that, and is worth thinking through those options. So since town is in operation now, so they started operating in February of 2017, if they were in just an 18-month pilot period as initially intended, that would end in August of 2018. If you went with option number 2, which is the second location, if town was allowed to operate the entire time period through that till the end of the second restaurant, 18-month pilot period, that would result in about 33 months of operation. And so the city council could provide staff additional direction in terms of what you would like to see.
Does staff have a recommendation in that regard as to what we do with the existing operation of town if we were to go with the staff recommendation?
I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor. So, or Mr. Councilmember, through the mayor. I think your two likeliest options would be just to simply extend the pilot program so that town would have a longer pilot program run. And I would assume that would likely be our recommendation, because that would allow you to evaluate the two restaurants operating at the same time and still under that pilot program. The second choice the council would have, obviously, I think the most likely second choice would be then just to approve on a permanent basis the town location, if the council was comfortable with that. But I think my recommendation would be just to extend their pilot program so that you could see two operations happening simultaneously, which was your vision, at the same time. Create some uncertainty for town, but as long as they get to continue to operate, I doubt that would be an issue for them, since they've already expended the money to build it.
Thank you. I'll mention in passing, I appreciate that. I'm not sure I'm totally comfortable with the idea of just extending it for that period of time, but that's a separate issue. The question I wanted to ask, actually, I believe it, Cameron, as I recall, when this first came forward, we all clearly agreed to it after some discussion, but I seem to remember that you were kind of talking this up or introduced it or whatever, and I just wanted to see what your perspective was on it now, because that will also tend to affect, how I look at it.
My perspective on this item, or my perspective on the town operation?
No, on whether or not we ought to put a hiatus in place or extend it or do nothing or whatever. And if you'd like to comment later, that's fine. I am interested in your perspective on it, because I seem to remember you bringing it up in the first place.
Sorry, let me just clarify. You're asking what my perspective is on what we would do with town and whether or not we would extend town versus...
What do you think we should do with the program that we have? Should we just let it continue and have a second person come in, or what?
So on this particular item tonight, I agree with the staff recommendation.
Okay.
I think overall that the on-street dining adds to the vitality of downtown, but at the same time, we've got a parking crunch, which is going to be substantially alleviated when we open up a new parking garage that adds 65 more spots to downtown. So I think the timing hasn't been great, but in the long run, that these on-street dining are going to be beneficial to our community.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Did you want to? No, I'm sorry. I don't see any other lights on here. Any others? I have one speaker card for this item. Is it Reg Viotto? Or I'm sorry or Viotti, I'm not sure which. Ray Viotti. Okay, thank you. At least you know who it is. Thank you. I should get this. I'm Italian, right? Yeah. Mr. Viotti. 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ray Viotti. I was hired by Piacere to do their on-street dining concept for the competition. I think it's a great idea for the city. I think the competition for the restaurants was another great idea. I just think that stuff has fallen short during the process. I understand about the parking demand in the in the city, given that Wheeler Plaza is coming online, and we're going to lose that parking lot. But I think you guys really need to think about sticking to the original parameters of the program. It was a competition. These restaurants willingly put out money in the effort to make money, and they willingly did it. I basically did a design. It was brought in. I was then asked about 2 months later to redesign it because staff felt it was a little closed off. It was fine. I did it. It was sent in. And to this day, I have emails spanning from April through December trying to find out what's going on. I think what needs to happen is you guys need to go back to the original program stating 2 restaurants for 18 months. That's what it was. If there's an issue with losing 6 parking places at once, let town run its 18 months, shut it down, and let the other restaurant come online and run it for 18 months. But for the most part, I think it was a competition. All these businesses put money forth with a risk, understanding that willingly, but then, staff goes, can we have some more information to have those businesses pour out more money and then change the design guidelines or change the parameters? I don't think is very fair to the business owners.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay. Council, what do you want to do?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I will make a motion to adopt Resolution 2017-25,
25.
a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos amending the on-street dining pilot program to postpone implementation of a second location.
Second.
Option 2?
The staff recommendation, which
Okay.
in the option is number 2, and on our handout here is option 1.
I apologize. Okay, that's confusing. Okay, so it's all right, I'll hand that. All right, it's moved and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
may I make an alternative motion?
Certainly.
I'd like to propose that we move to adopt the resolution amending the on-street dining pilot program to postpone implementation of a second location, but to also have the shot clock for the currently operating situation at town end after the original 18-month period.
Okay, it's my motion. Is there a second to that?
Can I ask a staff clarification? So we have, this original motion makes no change to the town shot clock, so we're on that 18-month anyway. Is that not right?
That's correct. The way the process would work right now is at the end of 18 months, even if you suspend the program, the town item would come back to the council automatically for a definitive decision about where to go.
Okay, then I'm confused about the answer you gave to my question earlier, saying what would be the implication of adopting this, which sounds very different from what you just said. I'm actually fine with what you
misunderstood
said.
your question because I thought your discussion was about what happens at the end in the future.
Okay, no, to be clear,
Not
just to,
this action.
I just want to, my concern is to make sure that we don't unfairly advantage one player over another by saying we want to not have a second player come in.
The intent of my motion is not to extend the town timeline. It's going to come back in 18 months.
I appreciate the clarification. I withdraw my alternative motion.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Grocott.
A couple questions I have, I think, for staff then. If this is a competition, there were 3 who applied, but only 2 can be chosen. We still don't have the second one chosen yet?
That's correct.
So if we were to go with the postponement, could we at least have things continue to move forward between staff and the applicants so that they can be ready to go when things open up again?
Yes, I believe I heard Mr. Savay say that earlier, that they could continue that process.
Okay, and then another question, I guess for the mayor or staff or both. It says here to continue the pilot program as originally approved would require no further action required by council. So that leaves me in confusion because I would otherwise offer a competing motion to, I guess, take no action, but by putting up a motion, you're asking for an action. So I guess the only option is if you don't want to postpone, then just simply vote against the Is that right?
That's right. If the motion fails, then you could start a new round, or no action would be taken, and then it would stay the same as it is now.
Okay. And then just to carry on, I think for matter of discussion, as a former athlete, I look at this as an athlete. And this was a competition, and the rules were laid forth, and people entered, and they decided to compete. And partway through the competition, as Mr. Viotti said, he was asked to respond to some staff comments, which often happens in architecture, and so he went about his business of responding to the staff comments, but the staff comments essentially, put them, kind of, if you think of this as a race, it loaded them up, where they're trying to run the race to the finish line, but now they're carrying, bricks around or something. A little bit of a disadvantage there. Now we're going to add to the disadvantage that we're going to postpone the competition, essentially. The whole thing, even though, as a person who voted against the program entirely to begin with, again, looking at it as a former athlete, I think it's completely unfair to change the rules of the game halfway through the game.
There's no question it's not fair.
But life is not fair.
But life is not fair, and owing to the fact that I think most of us have been approached by, I don't think I have enough toes, fingers, or hands to say the people that are very concerned even about the 3 spots that were used. And unfortunately, with Wheeler Plaza going away, things change. So that's unfortunately what happens sometimes. It's unfortunate. Yes, Mr. Olbert.
I just also wanted to mention that changing the rules is something that we do on occasion. I mean, I seem to remember we did that with the lot splits, at least in part, and it is an unfortunate fact of life and a known risk factor in doing any kind of development, that until something is bound and tied up, then it is subject to change.
We try not to do that here, and once in a while it happens, and it's unfortunate. So anyway, so we have a motion on the floor. Other comments, Mr. Collins?
Yeah, I just want to say, as long as it's changing the rules, it's unfortunate. Sometimes you just don't know until you get into a program how well it's working and how well it's received. And as I think, as the mayor alluded to, I have also been approached, maybe is not the right word, but I've gotten my share of emails, and I've gotten comments at the farmer's market that, it's a terrible idea. Why are you taking away 3 parking spaces? I don't even want to think about the comments I'm going to get if we take away 6 parking spaces. So as much as I don't like the idea of having to do this, I don't see any alternative until we get the Wheeler parking garage up and running.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. It's a second. And any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain Crystal to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No?
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. That's 11A. All right. So the next item on the agenda is 11B, consideration of adopting a resolution reaffirming San Carlos's commitment to a diverse, supportive, inclusive, and protective community, declaring San Carlos a welcoming city. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff Maltby, City Manager. At your last meeting, the council was approached by members of the public asking for this item to be placed on the agenda. Council gave direction the city to the staff to do that, so we've come back tonight with a draft resolution for you to discuss and possibly take action on. The recommendation before you, this resolution, basically provides that the City Council adopt a resolution reaffirming San Carlos's commitment to a diverse, supportive, inclusive, and protective community, and declaring San Carlos a welcoming city. And probably the most important word in understanding the language there is reaffirming, because this staff looked at this issue. What we found is that really everything described in the resolution is part of a long-time practice that the city's done for many years, in many cases decades, and in other instances are just simply sort of statements about things that have never happened and are unlikely to happen in the city of San Carlos. Obviously, this issue has been discussed nationally with presidential executive orders and different cities reacting differently throughout the nation, around the Bay Area, and in our county. And we're in kind of a unique situation. In San Mateo County, there are no cities that operate jails. The county jail is operated by San Mateo County, the Sheriff's Department specifically, and of course we have an elected sheriff in this county who's responsible to the voters for that function. So there, really a lot of what's been discussed around President Trump's executive order deals with those issues of communicating between jails when inmates are released who are illegal immigrants and ICE, the Federal Immigration Enforcement Agency, and that takes place outside of the council's control. There's no staff, city control. There are no records in the city that the city of San Carlos keeps associated with that. There's no ability for us to communicate with the federal government in that regard. Also, just sort of in general speak, based on a lot of the comments and conversations I've had, there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding from the public in terms of what an executive order does as sort of a basic tenet. An executive order is basically the President of the United States as head of the executive branch is informing his government, the executive branch, on how to do things within the scope of existing laws that have been adopted by Congress. It's not unlike when your city manager picks up the phone and calls your police department and says, I want you to do more parking enforcement in the downtown this week, or calls code enforcement and says, I want you to do a sweep of the illegal street signs around, or advertising signs around the community. Those are your executive, myself, giving orders to the branch of government that reports to me. And of course, cities don't report to the federal government. We're really actually more created out of states. Our Constitution provides a great deal of sovereignty to states, going all the way back to the founding of our country. That was a very important issue, and states in turn give a lot of sovereignty to cities within their state jurisdiction. And so we're responsible for enforcing our own local municipal code and ordinances. You guys pass a lot of laws that are very specific to the city of San Carlos. I mentioned parking earlier. All your parking laws are very specific to our community. We don't pick up the phone and call the FBI or a federal agency to ask for help in enforcing our local parking laws. And, in turn, the federal government doesn't pick up the phone and ask us to enforce their laws. That's why, if you've ever wondered, if you're a big watcher of crime shows and things, why are there state prisons, why are there federal prisons? Because there's entirely different laws and systems in place that are being enforced by completely different law enforcement agencies. So as we took a look at this issue, what we found is this is how San Carlos has been operated for, at least a generation. As you heard from your police chief earlier, the Sheriff's Department doesn't enforce immigration laws, don't do those checks on immigration status when they have contacts with people in our community. That's the same as the San Carlos Police Department. Going back for many, many years. That's simply not, we're just not in that business. There is another government agency that's in that business, and nothing within the proposed resolution prevents that agency from coming in and doing their business in this community. That's their right, that's their jurisdiction. We can't prevent them from enforcing immigration laws in San Carlos any more than they can prevent us from enforcing our own local laws in this community. So that's kind of a lay of the land as staff looked at this, and that's why we felt the word reaffirmation was very important. We also kind of tried to broaden the discussion and talk about maybe more groups than just immigrant groups. There's a lot of groups that over the years our city councils have wanted to pay special attention to and making sure that they were protected. There are a lot of these same groups that are protected by many federal and state laws, as well as our own municipal policies in terms of city employee groups and whatnot. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have or help in any way that we can to facilitate this discussion.
Mr. Olber, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jeff. That was, I think, a good summary and a relatively quick, in-depth civics lesson, so thank you. Just a couple of quick questions, which really are split between you and Greg. One of the things that I hear back from residents who are concerned about us doing even what's proposed here is the financial risk exposure to the city and potentially to community members. So in terms of threats of cutting off federal funding. So I appreciate some perspective from each of you on your assessment of the magnitude of those risks, the scope of them. I mean, is it actually, I had one person ask me, aren't my Social Security benefits at risk? So that's a scope as opposed to a magnitude question. And probably more specifically for Greg, it's what I'm curious about is your sense of, the fact that something might not be lawful doesn't mean somebody might not try to assert it. And if the federal government were to try to assert, a claim against us somehow, what's your sense of the likelihood that they'd succeed, given what the current law, the legal framework is? So if you guys could respond to that, I'd appreciate it.
All right, I'll jump in here and try to go first, and then we'll let Greg fill in the blanks for all the stuff I missed. I think first and foremost, it's important to understand that we get very, very little funding from the federal government in San Carlos. Once upon a time, going back to at least probably at this point, maybe 25, 30 years ago, when community development block grants were still a significant source of local funding in communities, that would probably have been something to really consider. Those programs have long since been eroded and kind of gotten to the point where there really is not a lot of money. We do get some transportation funding for large road regional infrastructure projects, but one of the interesting things there is that money doesn't come directly to the city. They come through regional agencies, so the federal money flows to a regional agency that's controlled by local elected officials who then award grants to various cities. So I guess under that scenario, you'd have to imagine the federal government turning off the entire Bay Area because, cities or some cities, or I guess even one city in the Bay Area took that action. But, in terms of my interpretation of the executive order, which makes that statement, is it talks about a failure to provide information to the federal government around illegal immigration. And so my response to that is it would be impossible for us to violate that executive order because we don't provide that information to begin with to the federal government. We don't have that information. That information is with the county of San Mateo. And so there's it's kind of a non-issue in my estimation for us. I'll let Greg fill in the blanks and talk about the likelihood of litigation and those kinds of things.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is an important issue, obviously, to the community here. We don't often see a full council chamber on any issues. So, I took a look at the executive order, and specifically to your question about enforceability. First of all, I'd like to say that at least 2 jurisdictions in California have sued on constitutional grounds that the executive order is not constitutional or enforceable. The operative section talks about a federal law regarding that deals with cooperation with state and local and federal immigration authorities. And that is 8 U.S.C. 1373, which is specifically referenced in the executive order. That order gives the Attorney General and the Secretary the discretion to ensure that jurisdictions that willfully refuse to comply with this law are not eligible to receive federal grants. Well, as Jeff said, we don't have any information that would be relevant to enforcement, so I think it'd be difficult to make a case, and I think there's an extremely low likelihood that the federal government would be going after a city like San Carlos that does not have information that would be pertinent to an immigration enforcement action. The second part of the code talks about enforcement of 8 U.S.C. 1373. And again, that's the information sharing federal statute. That statute, or that portion of the executive order, talks about taking action against an entity that violates that section or has a practice that prevents or hinders the enforcement of federal law. So that section, I think, informs the first section about what the intention of the executive order is. So it looks to me as though the risk would be very low for the city to be, even if there were a federal funding at issue, that we would be a target of an enforcement. Having said that, I don't know how aggressive the administration might be in enforcing these types of rules and might try to make a case against a city like San Carlos. But again, I just think that it's very unlikely that we would be a target. And I think that there really is a legitimate question that the cities are raising about whether or not you can withhold federal funds in the context of a criminal enforcement action as opposed to a grant program with conditions, because that's the traditional way that federal funding is tied to from the federal government to programs to the states. Years ago, highway money was tied up in states that kept their speed limit at 55 miles per hour. Now that was lifted, but all the states did that because their federal highway funds would be cut off. There's some other regulations like drinking age. The reason that there used to be states that had drinking ages that were 18, 19, and under 21 is because there wasn't a law that tied federal highway funds to raising your drinking age to 21. So those rules are different than what's being attempted in this order. So that's one of the issues that the cities are bringing up. So again, another reason why we're a long way from any action against San Carlos, because these other cases would have to come forward first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Grocott. And excuse me, before you start, I want to make sure that everybody understands this issue can be a divisive one. There may be comments from the dais, or there may be comments when people come to speak, and I have over 30 people that want to speak tonight that you may not agree with. And I would hope that we would respect all the comments that are made and be polite and be the city that we should be. Whether you agree or not, I don't want any outbursts, I really don't, no matter where the information is coming from. Everyone has a right to their opinion. So thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
So I appreciate what you all have said so far. I just wanted I'm looking at the resolves here that are in this proposal, and so I have a question about some of those, because one of them says, and Mr. Mayor, if you want me to take a few questions, and I don't know how the dais looks on questions, but I don't want to...
Well, that's a couple, and I'll go to Mr. Collins. And go ahead.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So it says, resolved that the City of San Carlos request San Mateo County and the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office not communicate and coordinate operations with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, except in matters related to criminal conduct. So this question is for Mr. Rothaus, and before you come up and answer it, I will say I did have a conversation today with Sheriff Bolanos, and in discussing matters with him, he seemed to indicate that the sheriff's office, that's currently their practice, right? And I also asked him, as a person who's been in law enforcement for 38 years, has he ever been in an apartment as a police officer or sheriff's deputy where that was done? The opposite of what this is saying. And he said, for 38 years, no. But do you have any comment on that? And I have a follow-up question on that point.
Sure. First of all, I would agree with him. I've never been in an agency, and I've been in several, where we enforce immigration laws, period. And then with respect to the criminal cooperation with ICE on criminal matters, for us the issue is not whether the person is here legally or illegally. The issue is the crime. And so so the issue for us is crime fighting. So we will always fight crime wherever it is, whoever does it. And so if we get a call from ICE and they say, and this can happen, we have 3 guys who we suspect to be, who we know to be MS-13 members. They're all here illegally. They've all committed violent crimes in the past. They've re-entered the United States 3 times. And, they're dangerous, and we need some support to take them into custody. We would take them into custody, help them take them into custody because they're dangerous criminals. So that's pretty much.
Can you go over then, I forget what he had told me, but he said, yes, there are, so as it says here, except in matters related to criminal conduct, and he highlighted that point, saying, and you've referenced one of them, he said there's certain crimes where even for ICE, there's a priority for what they're looking for, and it's, if somebody gets caught 3 times driving without a license or a revoked license or no car insurance or something, even if it's 3-4 times, ICE isn't looking for that person, nor are they targeting that person. But somebody, as you've referenced, who's involved in gang activity, yes, they're looking for them. And he seemed to indicate that if the Sheriff's Department had in custody somebody who they know is a gang member, then they're going to communicate and coordinate operations with ICE on those individuals. Right. And he named a couple others. I remember one of them was if there's somebody they suspect of involvement in domestic terrorism. So I named 2. Can you clarify what the others are?
Domestic terrorism, homeland security risks, people who have committed significant and serious crimes and who are convicted of those crimes. And there's 7 different classes, but they're typically very serious crimes or repeated type of misdemeanor crimes. And again, as it relates to coordinating operations with ICE, when we coordinate operations with ICE on a criminal operation, we make sure we get assurances that there's not going to be collateral roundup of people who have not committed crimes. So we coordinate that very carefully. ICE wants us to help us, we want to help. But if you're going after anybody who is non-criminal and who is in the United States illegally, we don't want to participate in that because we risk a lot of public trust and confidence from that community that we have all of a sudden become the immigration police too. And that's something we can't afford to do. It's not because we're pro-immigration, anti-immigration. It's because we can't lose our jacket of being trustworthy to all members of the community.
So I don't know if you can answer this because it wasn't your email, but one of the emails we got, at least I got, was from a fellow who worked for a nonprofit, seemed to be associated with schools, and he was saying that he's heard of a number of cases where kids come home from school and suddenly, daddy and mommy aren't there anymore and their brother's not there because they got picked up by ICE. But what you're saying is the kid might come home from school and maybe his brother, who's involved in a gang, is not there anymore because he got picked up by ICE, but they're not going to do it collaterally. They're not going to come into the home and say, well, we're after this guy, and oh, by the way, it looks like you guys are not documented either, so we're taking you away as well.
I can't comment too much on what ICE does and how they roll because I'm not with ICE and they have their... But what I can say is there's been, and I think due to a lot of reasons, there's been an enormous amount of urban legends about what it is that ICE does and doesn't do, and what it is that ICE has been doing and has not been doing in the community recently. And much of it is not true. ICE's primary objective is serious criminals, human trafficking, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, gang members who are here illegally and repeated people who have been deported repeatedly. And so I would caution people, if you hear a story like that, unless you witnessed it firsthand, it'd be important to get all the details before making judgment about what really happened in that case.
And just one follow-up question, then I'll give it up. So the other thing that the sheriff told me is, as we were talking about, why do you think there's all of a sudden this uproar? And his comment was, despite the change in the administration, he has seen no directives, no change from Washington in regards to how he does his job. The only thing he could attribute the rhetoric or the uproar to is that Mr. Trump, when he ran as a candidate, talked about the issue more, and even as president, he's talked about it. But in terms of actual action, he pointed out to me, under the Obama administration, thousands of people were deported. So really no difference. Do you see any difference?
I don't see any difference, and people I spoke with, because when a lot of this stuff comes up, rumors about ICE being here and ICE being there, I've called ICE and I've asked them what's going on, and I had some conversation with the agents there. They haven't seen any difference.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greg Dongolai. We had a meeting recently, and we were talking about this resolution, and you mentioned something that happens when you arrest somebody. I was hoping you could sort of walk us through that process once again when you stop somebody or you arrest somebody that may be here illegally. Can you just take us through the process of what happens to that person?
okay, I can try that real short. First of all, in the field, during a traffic stop or any kind of a contact, a burglary alarm goes off, we make an arrest for burglary or whatever. We never really know whether the person's here legally or illegally at all because we never ask. We take him to the jail. We're going to book him into jail. The fingerprints are going to be rolled. When somebody's fingerprints are rolled, they're always turned over to the FBI because we need to first positively identify them and make sure they don't have an armed robbery warrant out of Michigan or wanted for murder out of Rhode Island or something like that. So we submit them to the FBI, which is the central repository for all fingerprinting. So once that happens, everybody in the federal government or local governments can then have access to them. These fingerprints can hit, for example, let's say the person has been previously deported from the United States, and we arrested him for burglary, residential burglary. ICE is going to get a no because the system is going to tell ICE, hey, San Mateo County has a guy in custody for burglary who's been previously deported. ICE will send us a request for information, basically. Tell me about this guy. What did he do? What's the deal? When does he get out? And maybe he'll say, well, he's been convicted, 6 months county jail, he'll be out on such and such a date. And then ICE can make a decision whether they want to pick them up or whether they don't want to pick them up based upon the nature and the severity of the crime. And I can tell you just from basically numbers, I think in 3-month period November, December, January, we booked in the jail approximately 79 people who were confirmed to be here in the United States illegally, and ICE picked up 19 of them. So they're picking up about 25% of the people who we book illegally, and they have a pretty strict criteria about who they're going to pick up. Somebody who's committed shoplifting or some sort of a theft crime for the first offense, they're probably not going to get picked up by ICE. They're going to be, even though they're here illegally, they're going to be allowed to go free. Somebody who committed an armed robbery and or have prior deportations, they're probably going to get picked up by ICE. So that's how it goes in general.
All right, so this person's arrested and he goes to trial and then he's found innocent and he's an undocumented immigrant. At that point, ICE usually doesn't come pick him up.
ICE tells us guys come to the jail for convicted persons. These are the criteria. They don't come to the jail for anybody that's not convicted. They come for convicted people. But what ICE does, we don't really know what ICE does day in and day out. There's no guarantee that this person was found not guilty, that he's not going to get picked up in the future. He's not going to get picked up from the jail,
Right.
but he still could get picked up. I mean, ICE can do what they want to do in that regard, but not from us.
Good, thank you. I have one other question, this is for Jeff. Has ICE ever come to San Carlos and asked for any information on any of our residents that might be here illegally, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no, and if they came to City Hall and asked for that information or put in a public records request or anything for that information, the response would be very simple in that we don't have that information. The closest thing we would come to it would be the Sheriff's Department having information about people that had been arrested and booked into county jail, but beyond that, we wouldn't have any information at all about who they are, where they live, where they're from, nothing. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Urquhart, do you have other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
So one of the next resolve talks about that the city council hereby directs that no city commissioner or employee shall use any city funds and/or resources to assist any government agency in compelling a resident of San Carlos to identify their religious beliefs, race, nation of descent, documented status, disability, political affiliation, sexual orientation, or gender identity for the purpose of providing information to a national registry or database. Now, boy, do I agree with most of that, because when you fill out the census form, they want to know a lot of things, and I never, personally, in my household, when we send back the census form, we just put down how many people live in the house and send it back. They don't get to know how many refrigerators we have or anything else. It's none of their business. But my question is there any, there's a lot of data that the city does have access to in terms of, when people brush up against City Hall. For instance, home remodelings, you know a lot about a household. You know, married couples, non-married couples, whatever. So there's information that you do have, whether or not you're paying attention to it or gathering it. Is any of that ever shared, regardless of what it says here? Or is any of that kind of data shared with or compelled from you by the federal government?
Nope, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
All you have?
Well, I want to give other people a chance.
There's no other lights on.
Oh,
Just
okay.
36 people would like to speak.
Well, they may. I have questions. I'd like to get them asked.
I'm letting you go.
You want to go to public comment? I'll ask them later.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
All right.
Get them all.
So it says here, absent a court order, that we would not cooperate with soliciting, collecting, or disseminating data that might be made accessible to Immigration and Customs Enforcement or other federal agencies for the purpose of enforcing immigration and deportation actions. So again, I'm not going to ask that relative to the Sheriff's Department, because we can't tell them what to do anyways. But relative to City Hall, have we ever received a court order asking for information on anybody?
Nope, not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Okay, thank you. That's it. So it wasn't all that bad.
Jeez. I was going to go out for a cup of coffee, and I didn't even drink coffee.
I was going to join you.
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, there may be comments from the speakers that you may agree or not agree. This isn't a football game, so if you agree, just smile. You don't have to clap, okay? And if you disagree, no booing. And again, everyone has a right to their opinion. So I really appreciate if folks would follow that rule. We've got about 36 cards, may have more at the end. I'm going to call the names as I was given them. I'll try to call 2 names. And there's more. So 39 maybe. Anyway, but we want to hear from everybody. We're going to try to limit it to about 2 minutes. I'll probably let you go over 20 or 30 seconds maybe, but then might have to cut you off. I'm going to try not to. As I said, I'll say 2 names, and again, these were given to me just in random order. First speaker is Glenn Gelano, followed by Angela Giannini. So we can sort of be ready to go, Ms. Giannini, after this gentleman speaks. Good evening, Glenn. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. I just have a few comments. I had the opportunity to read the staff report and the resolution as well, and a couple things came to mind. Much as Jeff has clarified, that this resolution is kind of meaningless. The city's already been in this position and taken this posture, and so this resolution changes nothing. However, and to that point, I think it's, as a citizen and a taxpayer in San Carlos, I think it's been an incredible waste of staff resources and time, and whatever money it cost me to put the PowerPoint presentation together or staff to do research, that money could have been well better used filling potholes or taking care of our parks. I'm also feeling compelled to say that when you all took office, you all took an oath. At various points in my life, I've taken that same oath. And that oath required you to follow and uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of California. And this kind of flies in the face of, though we may not have the information to share, but to not be willing to cooperate with our federal government, that's a problem. I don't think you're in a position where you can pick and choose the laws that you want to follow. If we go down that slippery slope, we're all in trouble. If it's just at the whim of how somebody feels about something, and I recognize that there's a lot of people here tonight that would oppose vehemently with what I'm saying, but I think it's really important, far beyond this issue, that you think of where we're going when council members start to pick and choose which laws we're going to follow. And I guess I would sum up with saying, if you don't feel that you can follow the laws of our Constitution and the state Constitution, perhaps you should look for another area of public service to be in. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Angela Giannini, followed by George Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. My name is Angela Giannini. I've been a resident of San Carlos for 14 years. I believe San Carlos is already a diverse and welcoming city. I was born and raised in San Francisco, which is a sanctuary city, and while I was living there, I was a victim of a crime from someone who came to the U.S. and San Francisco illegally from India, and I had the foresight to contact immigration before he was actually arrested, which it was 18 months of hell, and because of my contact with immigration, he was deported. This is not a light subject, and I don't feel that you should be making this decision. This should be to the voters of San Carlos. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. George Robinson, followed by Sarah Matlin.
Okay, I'll stick just to what my original comments will be. There's a lot of stuff I heard here that I could comment on, but it'd be gone well beyond the limits. First off, the City of San Carlos Code of Conduct and Ethics Policy. On page 4, paragraph 3, the City Council roles and responsibilities reads, public officials are agents of the public purpose and hold the office for the benefit of the public. they are bound to uphold the United States and state constitution and carry out impartially all laws of the nation, state, and city, and thus foster respect for all governments. Well, what I'm hearing advocated is that at the discretion of someone, you'll select which laws, federal laws, you will enforce by turning over criminal illegal aliens to the government or not. To me, that's a violation of this, and according to this, anyone who chooses to violate it should resign their office. The second comment is, anyone who advocates not turning over a criminal illegal alien to the federal government who requested him is condoning the murder of citizens who are then killed by those illegal aliens that had been released into the public. And this has happened. And it will happen again in the future if we continue to do this. Those are my comments.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Sarah Matlin, followed by Jamie Bailey.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Sarah Matlin, and I'm the chair of the ACLU North Peninsula chapter. I'm a volunteer, as are all of our activists. There are about 3,000 members of the ACLU in San Mateo County, and as far as we could calculate, about 300 of them live in the city of San Carlos. We're grateful for your patriotism in standing up against unconstitutional executive orders, and for your leadership in protecting all community members. One of our concerns is that while ICE may make assurances that they only pick up the bad guys, ask the police in the city of Santa Cruz what happened when they collaborated with ICE. Their police chief has said they were lied to about what ICE was going to do, how they were supposedly only assisting in a criminal matter. However, people who were not at all part of any criminal action whatsoever were picked up, and deportation processes were started against them. I'm grateful that you recognize that is not your job. I'm grateful that you recognize that there should be priorities as far as how we protect our people and our community. Supposedly there's priority enforcement for ICE. The latest executive order has changed and ended those priorities. While those may be the priorities right now, they may not be the priorities tomorrow. We have a variety of suggestions for how to further strengthen your excellent resolution. Things like adding national origin in addition to nation of descent, adding language as a protected status, adding Customs and Border Patrol, the other immigration agency of the United States. And there are about 10 suggestions that we have to strengthen this and make it an even better fit for the city of San Carlos.
Ms. Matlin, could you wrap it up, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I thank you very much for your leadership and your patriotism against what is not a law, but what is an executive order. Thank you for protecting everyone and increasing the safety of our community.
All right, thank you for your comments. Jamie Bailey, followed by Ann Burl-Jaffa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jamie Bailey, and I live in San Carlos, and I approve of this welcoming city resolution. San Carlos is a place where everyone should feel welcome to live, to work, to play, regardless of their color, background, or religion. I grew up in the South and was witness to racism that went on there, and I know how much it can affect a community when it's tolerated and not punished. I hope San Carlos will not stand for targeting people due to their color or religion. I'm not talking about criminals. On Sunday, our preacher reminded us that God intended for the world to be one big team and to assist and serve one another. So I'm praying that San Carlos will be a city that demonstrates this. I am for humans against hate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ann Burl-Jaffa, did I say that right? Close enough for government work, okay. And followed by Steph Jones. Excuse me, okay.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Ann Barrioffa, and I have been an educator in Redwood City for over 25 years, and I've been a resident of San Carlos for over 19 years. I've been a parent here as well to 3 children for over 17 years. I'd like to speak tonight in favor of this resolution. I'm reassured by the chief's and the city manager's comments that it is their job to fight crime and to arrest criminals, not immigrants. I love San Carlos. Its community, its schools, and its people are fantastic. My children were slated to go to Britton Acres School, which is an amazing school. However, I chose to have them go to Clifford School, which is on the border of San Carlos and Redwood City, partly because I was a teacher there, but mostly because I loved its diverse population of students and teachers. I loved it because it had a beautiful mix of ethnicities, physical abilities, and mental abilities. My children have learned that it isn't the color of skin or the fact that you're in a wheelchair that matters, but it's what's in your heart. My kids don't think twice or stare when they see someone who doesn't look like them. In fact, my children's closest friends, who are also children that visit my house down the street, are of all different colors, sizes, and shapes. I do worry sometimes, however, that because they do have dark skin, that they might be scrutinized or harassed. Adopting this resolution and reaffirming the San Carlos's commitment to a diverse, supportive, inclusive community is crucial. To have a community such as ours be a welcoming city shows our kids and the rest of the state and our country that we are united. We will always be stronger together. United we stand, divided we fall.
Thank you for your comments. Steph Jones, followed by Ford Hinojosa Kirschenbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. I support the Welcoming City resolution. I've been a resident of San Carlos for almost 20 years, and this is the first time I've come to a city council meeting. I guess that's true of many of you. The whole community benefits greatly from immigrants who live and work in our city, and immigrants, both documented and not, who want to live and work here in peace, deserve our protection. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ford Hinojosa Kirschenbaum, followed by Christine Hinojosa Kirschenbaum. I'm sorry if I didn't do that really well.
Thank you. I've been a San Carlos resident for the past 4.5 years. In Judaism, we have a law that states, do not ill-treat a stranger or oppress him, for you are strangers in Egypt. In Christianity, Jesus once said, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. However, our administration's xenophobic scapegoating of both refugees and our immigrant neighbors through religious bans and deportations is morally wrong. These fearful policies are a zero-sum game and have stoked and emboldened hatred against all minorities. In my community, hundreds of Jewish graves have been desecrated recently. And locally, I've heard from friends and family swastikas appearing in my cousin's high school across the bay, bomb threats in Foster City, LA, and San Jose, targeting Jewish schools and centers. And on Saturday, I had a friend come over in tears in fear over her daughter's safety in one of these threats. This is not okay. I can't even imagine the fear of those minorities now being specifically targeted. I strongly urge the council to support the Welcoming City resolution, to not place names on a registry, to not threaten to tear families apart, to be able to turn to police if a need, and to represent both our religious and American values in our city of good living. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kristen, followed by Jenny DeBernay.
Hello.
Hi.
I left my notes at home, so bear with me. I am a resident of San Carlos for 5 years now, and I'm a first-generation American. My father is a Bolivian immigrant, and he became a U.S. citizen in the 80s when I was a little girl. He is a Catholic theologian with a PhD in spirituality and has led many nonprofits touching over 1 million people. A few weeks ago, he was sorry, I'm kind of upset about this, but a few weeks ago, he was harassed by a group of young men in a Starbucks, called names and told to go back to his country. Up until now, he had never experienced overt racism for all his years here. Unfortunately, this is the America we now live in. Hate has come out of the closet. Until now, my family had been relatively sheltered, but now we feel threatened on all sides. My father's an immigrant. I am a woman. My children and husband are Jewish. My sister is gay. My sister-in-law is African American. My stepdaughter, who I care for full-time, is special needs, profoundly disabled. And this new administration and their hateful rhetoric and actions has deeply impacted every one of us. In making San Carlos a welcoming city, we are saying that hate and racism and bigotry have no place here. Now, I've heard from some folks that, this is already understood, and I completely agree that San Carlos is not a place of hate. And in working on this project, I have certainly seen that the staff and council here are compassionate and competent, and I do believe that. But the thing is that it can't just be understood about this. We are at a crossroads in history. We are, as a country, deciding what we are going to be. As Dr. King said, silence is betrayal. We cannot be silent. We have to shout from the rooftops a message of love and inclusion. That is our job, and that is why I live here in San Carlos.
Thank you for your comments. Jenny DeBernay, followed by Daniel Lacampagne.
Hi, my name is Jenny Dobra, and I want to thank the mayor and the council for raising this important issue, and also for the time that you've spent doing this research and letting the public have this forum. Last week I was here. I shared that my family is Jewish. We came over on a boat probably over 100 years ago. I'm sure all of my relatives were undocumented. They were, running away from very difficult conditions in Russia at the time where they were persecuted. Today I come to speak about my husband, who is also Jewish and a resident of San Carlos and an American citizen who is Jewish of North African descent. This week he flew abroad for a trip, and for the first time in my life I was terrified about what would happen to him when he came back. I've never thought about this before. I was frantic. I spent time collecting all of his documents, his mother's passport. She's an American citizen, her birth certificate, his birth certificate from Israel, a notarized letter stating who he was, and demanding that he, an American citizen, travel with all of this documentation, because I'm terrified that something crazy will happen. And I just want to reiterate that, yes, we've always been a welcoming city, but these are uncertain times. These are times of fear when ordinary people are doing extraordinary and crazy things. Rather than working and taking care of my children and volunteering in the school where I'm very active, I was frantically searching for documents, Xeroxing them, putting them on a drive, and making him aware of what his rights were. We need to stand up as a community and say, this is not a way we want to live. We can do better than this. We are a welcoming city, regardless of our beliefs, and I'm glad to see everyone here tonight exercising their freedom to speak for whatever they believe in, and know that that should be everybody. We should welcome everyone to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening.
Danielle, go ahead.
My name is Danielle, and I'm a resident of San Carlos, and I'm a social worker in San Mateo County, and I'm also have great respect for law enforcement, coming from a family of police officers in San Francisco, including a mother who retired after 38 years recently, so appreciate what we've heard tonight from the sheriff. I have great concerns about the integrity of our city, state, and our country in light of the millennium of groups and the systematic pitting people against each other. And I'm in emphatic support of your declaring San Carlos a welcoming city, and I appreciate all the time you spent in your service and how much thought you put into this matter. And be brief because we have a long list tonight. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments. Julie Davidson, followed by Kimberly Nishizono. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, right.
Julie Davidson? I'm sorry. No problem.
Good evening. My name is Julie Davidson. I'm a teacher and mom in San Carlos, and I'm in favor of San Carlos becoming a welcoming city. I want to raise my children in a community that is accepting of and welcoming to all people. I think it's important that all people in our community feel free and safe to communicate and cooperate with local law enforcement and live without fear in San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kimberly? Followed by Kate Pfaff. Thank you. I was going to say that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reminding people that we have an opinion, and
Absolutely.
thank you for emailing me. I've been working in San Francisco for over 26 years and have experienced kind of a negative side of a sanctuary city. I in no way do not want San Carlos to become a sanctuary city. And if that means that a welcoming city is going to lead to that, then I'm against it. Because I've seen so many people, and not so much people from other countries, but people who are actually born here, take advantage of the safety. So for example, my husband works in Daly City. When there's a crime, they call the police and they come within 2 minutes. And they don't mess around, and they get in trouble for what they do. Where I work, they just take their time, and most of the time they just let them go. I have to call the police on a daily basis from everything I see. We had people doing crack cocaine in front of a grocery store, and our customers were smelling that. And I have to smell it. And, the police kicked them out, and then they just came back the next day. So when people say, oh, well, that's not going to happen here, it will happen here. Because, I hate to say it, but you want to be a nice person, and you want to be welcoming, but it just leads to other things. So just think twice before you make this decision.
Thank you for your comments. Kate? Followed by B. Gunn.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kate Pfaff. I'm a San Carlos resident. I work in the schools. I run 4-H projects. I'm really proud to live in this city. The sheriff spoke eloquently earlier about the wisdom of local police working with and not against the local community, so I won't say more on that here. But I wanted to address the part of the resolution that includes language on resisting any attempts by the federal government to create registries based on religion, national origin, race, or other identifiers. And I appreciate how Mr. Malpe said this is unlikely, and I sincerely hope that doesn't happen, and I hope that this section is completely useless to us. But history teaches us that it has happened here in America. We've had multiple relocations of Native Americans. We've had periods in our history when freed African Americans needed to carry papers at all times to avoid being kidnapped. Mass deportations of Mexican immigrants during the Depression, and of course the internment of Japanese immigrants and citizens during World War II right here in our area. So we're foolish to think that something that has happened repeatedly in the history of America could not possibly happen again. Now, we may be a small town, but we have a big reach. Our meeting tonight was picked up by the Daily Caller for their national audience. So what we do here matters. In addition, this year my family is hosting a Muslim exchange student from Indonesia. It is scary as a parent, even as a temporary parent, to worry about her safety as we travel around the country, but also here at school and around town. Not knowing which of our fellow citizens has absorbed the hatred and demonization of Muslims that they see in some press. It It would help us a great deal to know that our city has taken a stand to say that she is welcome here. And it helps even more if she can go back home to Indonesia and tell the people there that her town rejects the hatred, that her town welcomes Muslims and immigrants, and that her town, San Carlos, holds true to the American ideal of equality under the law and opportunity for all. Now, immigration problems in our country are complex. I'll wrap up. And we need reform at the federal level. That's not our job here today, but let's not sacrifice our compassion to zealous xenophobia. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. B. Gunn, followed by M. Henderson.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and council staff. Thank you for letting us speak tonight and speak to this really special issue. I am also a citizen. I also pride myself in having participated, paying taxes, and building the infrastructure that you have here, that we have here in San Carlos. I value it, and I really learned a lot more about it listening to you all speak tonight. However, to put ourselves out as a sanctuary city, I'm not naive enough to think that only nice people are going to come here. I really believe that we have to be extremely careful and not make the police chief work overtime all the time. I know he's got things under control, and I respect that he's looking at crimes, not at races, not at other isms. He's looking at the crimes. That's really important. But I believe that advertising San Carlos as a sanctuary city is very dangerous, and that people who come here will not all be above the law, and that it can, in effect, become dangerous for those of us who have built this wonderful infrastructure here in San Carlos. I would vote against calling San Carlos a sanctuary city.
Thank you for your comments. M. Henderson, followed by Kathy Baird. Henderson, I don't know if it's a man or woman because it just said M. Well, if they come in, we'll have Kathy, you want to come up? We'll put that aside.
My name's Kathy Baird, and I've lived here for 35 years, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak and for having learned tonight as well. I'm speaking in favor of the resolution to reaffirm San Carlos as a welcoming city. It is right, it is just, that we welcome all peaceful people in the fullness of their race, their ethnicity, religion, gender, national origin, disability or ability, political affiliation, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Let us promote trust, goodwill, and cooperation here in San Carlos, the city of good living. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Becker, followed by Susan Whitford.
Good evening. I'm now a resident of Belmont. I lived in San Carlos for 32 years, and we had to move. We bought a lot, had a house built on it, and as I aged and the hills got steeper, I was afraid that while trimming weeds, I would lose my footing and end up in Brisbane.
It's quite a fall.
So I took Belmont as my next best alternative. We still shop in San Carlos. We go to the San Carlos Library. San Carlos is important to us, and this is more a regional matter than a strictly bound by the city limits. I think the Chief of Police Services made beautiful points. He spoke about personal responsibility, engaged community, and inspiring confidence instead of fear. I think that's exactly what the Welcoming Committee resolution does, and I commend you for considering it, and I commend you for reaffirming it. I think it does exactly that. And then his answers to the questions, and I thank Mr. Johnson for asking those questions, drew on the experience of a self-confessed numbers guy, and he's the guy who's out on the street and knows this stuff and counts that, and that I think he would agree that this sort of thing does indeed support the position that he takes. He needs his jacket, his credibility with people, and I think that does that. So I think that's really important. In other words, I think you're making for a safe city, you're making for a safer country. The resolution is focused on the city, however, clearly it does have national implications. So I think that reaffirmation is absolutely essential. As I was preparing this, I thought of another experience that before I came here, I was a Peace Corps volunteer. I was in Libya. I was living in a Muslim land. I was living in the middle of the Sahara Desert. My Muslim hosts were very kind to me, very protective of me, and I think that the only thing that we can do is be kind and appropriate to people of all races, all religions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Susan Whitford, followed by Kay Bonney.
I'd like to thank you for proposing to continue us being a welcoming city, and I'm very much in support of it. I find immigrants make our lives richer. If they have to start living in fear, and they're the people that are working in our restaurants, they're the ones that are working in our neighborhoods. If you make them live in fear, that will be also part of us, of becoming a fearful city. I'm very much in favor of that not happening here. Let's welcome them and support them, and let it be a safer city because they trust in our sheriffs coming in and doing their duty. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kay Bonney, followed by David Renaud, or Ronald, I'm not sure which, I apologize.
Well, I'm in favor of this resolution, and I just have one little suggestion, that when we declare that San Carlos is a welcoming city, I recommend that we change the wording from San Carlos residents to individuals in San Carlos, and that's to protect people who are working here and children who are attending school here who do not actually reside in the city proper. And I just want to point out that bad people don't just come here from other countries. They're born here, too.
Thank you for your comments. David Ronald, I apologize.
Ronald sounds fancier.
Sorry. Followed by Michelle Bachkalupi. Get that one.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I'm in support of the resolution. I'm an immigrant, and there was some uncertainty. I would become a citizen a few years ago, and I was on my third warning, and it appeared I might be deported. So I know firsthand, I know viscerally the importance of immigrants and residents feeling they're welcome and they have a home.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Michelle Bachkalupi, followed by David Liguri.
Hi, Mayor, Councilman, and staff. I want to thank you for this consideration. I don't do this very well. I'm a second-generation Jew. I grew up experiencing discrimination. My parents, who are in their 90s, remember the horrors that happened, and I don't want that repeated. I'm a 20-year resident here in San Carlos, and I want to make a few corrections. First of all, Obama's deportations were under due process. They were not the same thing. Second, these are not allegations. They're videotapes of a man dropping off his child getting picked up, a woman being taken from a hospital with a tumor getting picked up, a woman going into police to report abuse getting picked up. These are things that have happened in this last month or two. So these are not allegations. You can watch the videotapes. I am all for going for violent criminals. I'm sorry for the people who have experienced violence, but as this woman said, and I want to point out 95% of the immigrants that come here legally or illegally are peaceful and nonviolent. So I also want to ask that, point out we're in perilous times. This is a short road. We've seen in history what finger-pointing will do. We've seen the kind of murders that will happen, and it's been noted that aggressive actions are actually on the rise. So I want to offer for consideration, and I'm glad the ACLU is represented here, because they also have a 9-point plan that works to protect our friends and neighbors from deportation, works to protect our friends and neighbors of all kinds from their privacy, to help them redress abuses and mistakes which are happening and have happened, and their agencies are very different than they were, and to ensure that we're protected. The other thing I want to point out is that we have, under the Constitution, and if anybody knows the constitutional rights, it is the ACLU, that federal law prohibits city, state, council officials from imposing limits on maintaining, exchanging, sending, or receiving information regarding citizenship, immigration status with any federal, state, or local government entity. This is a constitution. This is a law. So you are not breaking any laws. I'll wrap up. Okay? Finally, I just want to say, where are my notes? I'm sorry, that this is meaningful. I want to thank you. In Judaism, we say tikkun olam. We need to heal the world, and we do that by loving our neighbors. I support this resolution.
Thank you for your comments. David Liguri, followed by Lisa Liguri.
Thank you. I was here 2 weeks ago when the resolution was introduced, and I had read it earlier that day and really appreciated what it said. I was very moved, and I came here and spoke. And to be honest, I was concerned that once it went through the city, it would be watered down. But I'm very impressed because I think it's actually a better resolution than it was. I assume you're responsible for that, Jeff, so my congratulations. I think it's very compassionate, it's very heartfelt, and it's very moving. And although, and as was pointed out, many of the things, if not all the things that are in that resolution are things that are already part of the San Carlos charter, it's symbolic to have them in one document that really says how we feel about who we are. So the symbolism, I think, is extremely important, and it really reflects our humanity and who we are and how we treat other people. So it's critically important. I just want to also point out a couple of things that may be misconceptions with some people. There's a difference between sanctuary city and welcoming city, and there was a slide on that. I won't get into it, but there is a difference. There's a distinction. In terms of criminals, I think we all agree if they're violent criminals, they should be treated accordingly, and the sheriff did say they do that. That doesn't change if this resolution passes at all. It makes no difference at all. And again, as was stated, executive orders are not the same thing as laws, and that's an important distinction. So I urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lisa Liguri, followed by Cheryl Munoz Begman.
Good evening. I'm going to make this very brief. I am fully supportive of this resolution, even though it is, we are already a welcoming city. The reaffirmation is very important to make it official because we don't know what's going to happen. I fully support this, and I thank you for putting so much energy and time into it.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl Munoz Begman, followed by Ron Piovison. I didn't get it the first time, Ron. I won't. Piovison. Sorry. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Good evening. Thank you for considering an initiative that intends to make all residents in our community welcome here. As the police chief said so eloquently earlier, community safety relies on community engagement and community trust. And I believe that this resolution would increase the trust in local law enforcement and in our local government. And it underscores the importance of using local resources on local priorities and not targeting individuals based on race or ethnicity or religion or immigration status. The police chief said earlier that if we start working with agencies that enforce immigration laws, people won't have confidence in reporting crimes to us. And he later stated that that is something we cannot afford to do. And I just wanted to encourage City Council to work closely with the Sheriff's Department on this, which is, of course, responsible for local law enforcement, because the Sheriff's Department does have a policy of cooperating with ICE, including with individuals who are not sentenced. Their policy that was revised on the 1st of this year says that they will notify ICE via telephone pending the release of individuals who are not sentenced when they're released by the court. So I believe that the content of this resolution is extremely important. It's a very positive resolution. I am humbled to be part of a community that holds diversity and respect and inclusion in such high regard. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ron? Followed by Graham Provost, I'm sorry, can't read the writing.
Hi. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address the council, and thanks for everyone for coming out. My name is Ron Piavizan. I am a resident of San Carlos. Before I make my comments, I'd just like to address a few of the previous comments that were made. First is to suggest that things have not changed is simply not credible. The Southern Poverty Law Center has reported a double-digit increase in hate crimes across the United States. We've all heard about the bombing threats at the JCC, the desecrations of cemeteries. People have been murdered because someone else thought that they were Muslim. To suggest that this is unconstitutional, again, is not credible. The reason is that the resolution clearly states that there must be a court order. So, in fact, it actually follows the Constitution to the letter. What is not constitutional are national registries, religious tests. Those are clearly not constitutional. In addition to being a closet constitutional expert, I am a father. My kids go to school in San Carlos. They enrolled in softball, t-ball, soccer, dance, and other activities too numerous to mention. Every weekend you may find them skateboarding, scooting, bike riding. They actually may be picked up for traffic violations, and playing Pokemon Go. There's nothing more important to me than the safety, security, and happiness of my children. It is for this reason that I urge the council to adopt the Welcoming City resolution. I am proud of this resolution. This resolution means that my children can walk the streets of San Carlos safe in the knowledge that our community rejects notions that people can be harassed because of political expediency. Today it is politically popular to harass Muslims, undocumented workers, transgender children, and I ask who's next? When we're done with them, who will be attacked next? Your children? My children? I'll wrap up quickly. When I was first here a few weeks ago, I recited a poem that is inscribed on the plaque of the Statue of Liberty. The most famous line of that poem is, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free." Those are Liberty's words. Those are Liberty's words describing America's promise. All we're asking of the San Carlos City Council is to heed the words of Liberty, uphold the promise of America, and keep my children safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Graham Provost, or I apologize if I messed up, and Thomas Weissmiller is next after Graham.
Hi, yeah, I'm Graham Provost. I've been a resident of San Carlos for about 3 years. I'm going to keep it super brief because I know there's a lot of people, but I wanted to express my support for the resolution. Thank all of you, especially Jeff, for the time that you've put into it. I think it's a great resolution. I expressed my thoughts last time about some of the students I've worked with who have undocumented family members. I'm happy to report that I've seen several acceptances from those students into UCs in the last few days. I continue to think about them and all of my other friends and families and community members who have been targeted by President Trump's policies and the bigotry that has surrounded them. So I just wanted to express my support for the resolution and thank all of you. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Thomas Weissmiller, followed by J.R. Bay.
long run from upstairs.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for your service. I used to work for ICE. I retired about a year and a half ago. And I think the testimonies that were given by the city manager, the police chief, and the city attorney are very accurate. ICE does not go out and do sweeps to pick up, people that are just working and not breaking the law. They go after the hardened criminals. And they work with the other state, federal, and local law enforcement agencies. I think we have a situation here where if it's not broke, don't fix it. I urge a no vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. J.R. Bay, followed by Sarah Casanego.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk this evening. I'm here to express my full-throated support for this resolution. It is something that we can be proud of. I've been a citizen of San Carlos for 10 years. My husband is an immigrant to this country. He came with his family 30 years ago, very poor, and my sons are biracial. I am very concerned about the thought that we would not, in fact, reiterate our welcoming nature. Of course, we feel that this should be unnecessary, but the truth of the matter is we have very strong evidence that it is necessary to make our friends and our neighbors and my sons and my husband feel welcome in this city. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Casanego, followed by Nilufar Jenks.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Casanego. I've lived here for 4 years, and this is my first city council meeting. I have 2 children, ages 6 months and 2.5 years old, and I wholeheartedly support this resolution, which describes the type of community that I want them to grow up in, and the type of community that I believe San Carlos already is. I appreciate the staff and council discussion of current practices and what's happened or not happened in the past, but I think we're living in unprecedented political times. And I believe it's really important to explicitly recommit ourselves to the values that we want to uphold as a community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nilufar Jenks, followed by Allison Trinkline.
Hello, thank you. Considering our current political climate, many people in our community are terrified, as we have heard. Despite having been born in the United States and having lived here all my life, I too am scared. I find myself looking at my surrounding community and wondering, do they want me gone? Do they think I'm a criminal? As someone posted on Nextdoor, do they wonder if I have all my vaccines? Frankly, a lifetime of experiences has taught me that many people do want me gone. But knowing citizens in San Carlos are pushing for welcoming city status truly is a balm for my fears. It would mean so much to me to know that my city cares enough to proudly say that we care about immigrants living here, documented or not. I think such a measure would speak volumes to all the marginalized people living in our community, even if it is only a symbolic announcement of our values. I think bringing comfort to people in our community is well worth the expenditure of your time and our taxes. Speaking of undocumented immigrants, my parents were undocumented immigrants for a period. They came here on student visas legally, met here, in Oklahoma, while they were in college, were married here, and due to political tensions with Iran, they were given 30 days to leave the United States, despite having a living here with 2 children born in the country, my sister just a couple days old. They stayed. I remember going with my parents as a young child as they cleaned people's homes so that we could have food on our table. My dad, a U.S.-educated electrical engineer, cleaning bathrooms for a living. Should we have gone back to Iran in the midst of the Iran-Iraq War? Should they have gone back with their American daughters and had them grow up with the impacts of a revolution they did not agree with? There isn't time to discuss all that here. Suffice it to say that for many years of my life, I was the child of undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants who were many times abused by legal U.S. citizens because they knew my parents could not seek legal recourse. I would like to not create such power differentials in our community. By the way, my parents eventually got their green cards via political asylum under Reagan's Amnesty Act. They're U.S. citizens now. But my dad then, after having his green card, created his own business, went on to create many jobs, and my parents raised 3 strongly contributing members of society.
Wrap it up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
In thinking about my view on this decision, I looked up the definition of welcoming. The first definition that came up was to greet someone arriving in a glad, polite, or friendly way. Yes, that's exactly the kind of community I want to live in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Allison Trinkline, followed by Rob Jenks.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing all of our voices. I am here to express my support for the Welcoming City resolution, one more in favor of that. One reason being that the current political climate is one of intolerance. There's been a rise in open displays of anti-Semitism, racism, and sexism. I'm hoping San Carlos will be an openly inclusive, tolerant community with liberty and justice for all, as we all said in the pledge. I am inspired by San Francisco declaring itself a sanctuary city and the work in San Carlos in that direction. I'm a teacher, a mother. I was a 3-year San Carlos resident and now am a resident of Redwood City. And I'm hoping Redwood City will follow in San Carlos's footsteps and model itself after these cities, and the entire peninsula will become an openly safe and tolerant place. My grandfather was a Russian immigrant who faced losing his life, leaving his family to come to the U.S. for a better life. And I would want this for him or anyone else in his shoes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rob Jenks, followed by Mike Canine.
Council members, mayor, staff, thanks a lot for this. It's really inspiring. This whole display of people speaking out and kind of local democracy is actually really inspiring, so thanks to everyone. I'm in support of this resolution. 3 things. First off, I really want to thank, I'm not sure if he's the sheriff or in the sheriff's department, but the officer is here. He spoke really eloquently about the practical reasons why we do things the way we do them. And in particular, he made the point that we're not actually changing anything operationally, which I think is important. Second, we're not breaking any laws, nor are we stopping the enforcement of laws. In fact, we're doing the opposite. We are upholding the Constitution. We're affirming the Constitution with this resolution. I think that's really important. And, finally, again, because of the fact that we're not operationally changing anything, this is all about speech. It's a symbolic affirmation of what we all believe, of American values, of California values, and of San Carlos values, as we've heard. And it's time to speak. Now's the time to speak. If we don't speak now, history will judge us, so speak up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Canine, followed by Mike Ton, or Tor, I'm not sure who it is.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'll have to say I learned quite a bit, and I feel better listening to everybody. Just from my own background, I'm a second generation of the Bay Area. My first house was purchased in San Carlos, so I've been an active member for quite some time. But I also want to say I'm definitely against sanctuary cities. I think that is just very much against it. As far as the resolution here, I'd say I was against it, and after hearing everybody, I'd say I'm probably more neutral. That sounds like you're doing the right thing. You're trying to do the right thing. Anyway, I'm very much against sanctuary cities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, sir. So Miki Ton, or Tor, I'll put that to the side, that may be coming later. Elizabeth Rossi, followed by Bruce Knopf.
Good evening. I'm primarily speaking to give you an easy last name to pronounce.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Since I'm Italian, I better get yours right. I did okay on La Campagna. I thought I was really good on that one. Go ahead, Elizabeth. Sorry.
I have a close friend who was born in India, came to the United States and has a PhD from MIT and has lived in the United States as a citizen for 30 years now. A month ago, she was walking down Laurel Street, and someone across the street yelled at her that all Hindus have to go home. So I am strongly support this resolution, and I feel very proud to be a San Carlos resident and have this under consideration. So I urge your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Bruce? And I apologize if I didn't say that right.
So anyway, Bruce Noth, I've been here almost 20 years now, and actually I was reminded tonight, I think, wow, yeah, my mother was an immigrant, and she was on 2 ships that were torpedoed on the way here, and her story is so much more benign than many other stories that I've heard in the past few months or past few years. I've learned tonight from many earlier comments that we, as one minority or group or another, are all in this together. And no matter what ICE is doing or not doing right now, the immigrant community is scared. Passing this resolution sends a sign of support to that community and to so many other subgroups among us. Earlier tonight I was at a different meeting and I heard a woman there tell the story of how at the end of January ICE showed up at her apartment. They pounded on her door at 6:30 in the morning. She, as instructed, did not open the door and they eventually left. To my knowledge, she is not a hardened criminal nor a criminal at all, short of being here undocumented, which I don't consider to be criminal. Her son asked her later, said, you know, Mommy, if you go away, what will I do? And so this is what the undocumented people they live with constantly now, these fears of what will happen to them, what will happen to their children, who will take care of their children if they disappear and their children are at school. In Modesto, I've heard some parents are not sending their children to schools for that very reason. I agree there's a safety issue here. If the undocumented are afraid of the police, they will not report the violent criminals in their midst, and that makes us all a lot less safe and much more vulnerable. And certainly it's also a budget issue. Cooperating with ICE cost California $65 million in 2012. That was not money well spent. The small amount of money the city has invested in this issue is, in my opinion, has been totally worthwhile, and passing this resolution is the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Lucia I can't read the last. Sanchez, I'm sorry. Lucia Sanchez, followed by Kathleen Goforth.
Thank you all. I can't keep straight all the terminology, but I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I'm a 15-year resident of San Carlos. I am a child of a Guatemalan immigrant who was here legally, but anyway, I've been very disturbed about how this administration has been dealing with immigrants as well as many other groups. We're a country of immigrants, and it's something that I believe makes our country great. I'm a pediatric physical therapist, and I work with many Mexican and Central American immigrants, and I have nothing but regard for my clients, how hard they work, what care they take in raising their families, how community-oriented they are, and what amazing resilience they have in the face of great challenges. I see them as great contributors to our community. My children went to school at Sequoia, which was a high school with many immigrants. It was a wonderful, very rich experience and very inspired experience, knowing how hard those families, those children and their parents worked for their children to have the opportunity of a good education and a good future. There's so many things to say, but basically I feel that the way that the administration is behaving is very harsh and hateful and unnuanced. I feel very worried about families. And then, so I started trying to do things to help out, and then I realized that not only that, on a human level, on a moral level, but then I thought our economy will implode when I stop and think about California and how many immigrants contribute to our economy. And then I woke up one morning and I said, you know what, this is even way more personal than that. This is my community, and this is the community I raised my children in. It felt very personal that there will be huge holes in our community if it becomes as hateful and unsafe as it already feels. So, and I think ultimately I realize it's a real attack on the values that I think are American values, or at least I hope are American values. So I'm all in favor of this resolution, and we have to fight hate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kathleen Goforth, followed by Neha Singh Gilhill.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Goforth. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to the staff for the time they spent researching this issue. It's been really nice hearing so many people talk about what a welcoming community San Carlos is, and I like the fact that the wording of the resolution is that we're reaffirming that. I think we have to acknowledge that San Carlos has not always been as welcoming a city as it is now. When my husband and I bought our house here 29 years ago, we were stunned to find that there was a covenant in the deed that prohibited the sale of our property to anyone of Asian descent. We knew that this was not being enforced because we had just purchased the house from a Taiwanese family. Nevertheless, the message was still there, and it was a very disturbing message, and it really made us kind of question this community that we had just moved into. I don't want newcomers to San Carlos to question whether this community will welcome them or not, so I encourage you to adopt this resolution. I think we're getting a lot of negative messages at the national level, and anything we can do to send a more positive message at the local level is a good thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Neha Singh Gohill, followed by R.G. Anson.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, I want to thank you all very much for your service as well as your commitment to every single member of this community. I've lived in San Carlos for 8 years, and I stand here tonight as an immigrant, an attorney, and as a parent. I assure you that the resources you've all spent in exploring this issue have been very well spent. There are many, many of us who are afraid for our families and our own safety at this time. The residents of my home up the street in San Carlos hold passports from 4 different countries. My brother, a natural-born U.S. citizen, wears a turban in accordance with his faith. And during the last year, my husband and I have watched with the very real impact of the hateful rhetoric coming from behind podiums by our country's leadership. The impact is that my husband, a physician and a resident of this country for the last 14 years, now walks around with his green card in his pocket all the time. His nurses are witnessing ICE raids near their hospital. I panic every time I get a late night phone call, wondering if it's going to be news of an unprovoked shooting or beating of a family member like those we've seen in Washington and Oregon in the last month alone. These things are happening because of rhetoric and actions coming from the leadership of our country, and I believe it's important for all of you to consider the impact that your leadership has on all of us as residents of San Carlos every day. I'll be honest, nobody in my family is undocumented. We're not afraid about our status, but what about what people think about us because of the way we look In the very first month after the election, there were over 700 hate crimes reported by the Southern Poverty Law Center. I'm deeply saddened that a conversation about supporting our neighbors has turned into one about criminality. We all know that crime is perpetrated by members of every immigrant group against every immigrant group. Nobody should get away with violent crime against someone else, but arresting people with DUIs and minors who have grown up in this country and are headed to college is not that. We should be proud to live in a town that values diversity and protects our neighbors. We need to pull together as a community, and I want my children to know that every person in this room has their backs, which is why this resolution bears reaffirming at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. RG, is it Anson? I'm sorry? Rob? That's all right. I can't do it either. Rob?
I need to type it.
Yeah, well, you're join the club. I'm president of it. Jennifer Bernstein after Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
My name is Rob Anson. I live in San Carlos, and I want to thank you all for your time and your effort towards this issue. I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. I think at a time like this, while some of us may feel that this is kind of a symbolic gesture, I do respect the differences of opinion, and I appreciate all the people who've spoken out for and against, because I think that's a healthy debate. I think in times like this, symbolism matters, and I think there's a lot of negative rhetoric on a national level, and so a small town like San Carlos can, I think, have a meaningful impact in that debate. Even if it's a small impact, we've lived here for 12 years, proudly raising our children here. Our kids are in school. One's at Carmont, one's at TL. And I think the message that we send as adults has an impact on them. So I'm in favor of the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Jennifer Bernstein, followed by AAHC.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Bernstein. I'm a resident of San Carlos. I am proud to stand before you in complete support of this resolution that San Carlos declare itself a welcoming city, and in agreement with those who have spoken in kind before me tonight. I don't speak about this publicly, but I will tonight. I was the victim of a violent crime at the hands of a white American-born male. Violent crime is not linked to immigration status. And trying to dehumanize individuals choosing the uncertainty of an illegal life here because of who knows what horrific events are happening at home will not make any of us safer. More people will come. How we treat our fellow humans once they are here makes all the difference. How we treat our fellow Americans makes all the difference as well. I represent my family tonight, especially my two children, ages 10 and 7, who said, "Why wouldn't our city want to protect everyone, Mama? I hope they vote yes. I hope you do too." Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. AAHC, followed by Conan Lowe.
Good evening. My name is Oz. I've been a resident of San Carlos for almost 20 years. I was originally planning to stay silent tonight, just show up for the support. But the number of people who've been speaking up against this resolution means that I feel like I need to add my own voice to this. I don't have any prepared remarks, but I do want to say that I'm deaf and I'm Jewish, and I used to have a bumper sticker on my car which was a gay pride flag. And on 2 separate occasions, somebody wrote chalk in front of my house with the word faggot on it. So this is not, in some ways, a welcoming city, and I think it's important that we send a message to those of us who are not tolerant that we are a welcoming city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Conan Lowe, followed by Mary Seerveld. Thank you for the phonetic spelling of that. Mr. Lowe?
Mr. Mayor, councilman, staff. My name is Conan Lowe. I want to first apologize for my appearance. I came straight here from the Caltrain station and rode my bike right over, and so I didn't have time to change into my suit. I've lived here with my wife for, I think, 9 years now. We bought a home here shortly after I had recovered from cancer, and we decided that San Carlos was going to be the place where we would try to raise a family, start a family, raise a family. Shortly after buying a house, I think one of the first dinners that we had, we were down on Laurel Avenue trying to have dinner, and some teenagers drove by and told us that Chinks didn't belong here in San Carlos. We called the police, and the sheriffs drove by 5 minutes later. So I thank you guys for your service. I'm actually mostly here, though, tonight to represent my mother-in-law and my Japanese-American family who were interned. And so I think it's important that we support our immigrant communities and recognize the terrible atrocities that have been done in the name of protectionism, and that we support the idea that we are all stronger together when we work as a united States of America. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Seerveld, followed by Dheeruj Kurpolani.
Like Oz, I didn't have any intention to speak. I just wanted to be here in support. But again, there were so many comments that I felt I had to comment on. There's been a lot of appeal to precedent in discussion of how we work with ICE, what our city is like, and the way ICE works. We had someone who had actually worked at ICE speak about how ICE works. But the administration is working very hard to change that drastically. They are increasing the number of people employed by that agency threefold, so from 5,000 employees to 15,000 employees. So the range of enforcement is going to expand drastically from just targeting the most violent among us. So there's no guarantee that, of those 79 people, only 25 are going to be picked up. Or only 19 are going to be picked up. It could change drastically. So this is not the time to be complacent about how, ICE is reasonable. ICE only looks for the violent people. That is going to change, or I'm relatively certain that it is likely to change. So I think this is a time to really recommit to maybe considering, are we even going to work with ICE on finding violent people? Who knows how well they're going to stick to that commitment that was under the Obama administration, something that was enforced. So I'd just like to think about what could be different in the future if things got more extreme, rather than using things that happened under the Obama administration as your framework for making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dheeruj Kurpolani.
Thank you, members of the council, for allowing me to speak. I'll be brief, since I know it's been a long night, and a lot of people have had a chance to speak as well. I did share my story with the council last time about how I'm a child of Indian immigrants who were also refugees in their lifetime, and they came to this country to build a better life for my family. I was born in the U.S., born and raised in the Bay Area. I grew up in Belmont, attended Carmel High School, so I've been fortunate enough to live in the Bay Area and grow up in such a wonderful community. I've lived in San Carlos for 7 years. I'm a parent. I have two young daughters, and I am concerned. So I do support this resolution, and I want my daughters to grow up in a safe, open, diverse community that's inclusive of all people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. So I'll call the other names that apparently were here. Mieke Tolan or Tar, or M. Henderson, not here. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am. Please fill out a form after. I'm sorry, I guess I know what happened to yours. I'm sorry. Come on up. You wanted to speak on two items. That's why we got moved around. Sorry. My bad. I can see that. That's why you're only going to get 2 minutes. No. Thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize. I missed you.
My name is Laura Palmer Lohan. I just wanted to thank the mayor and members of City Council and staff, as well as all of our community members for coming out this evening. I wanted to share my support of this resolution. I think it's terribly important that we shine a light on the darkness coming out of Washington, D.C. If there is light, there will not be darkness. A very dear friend of mine who's Asian and a total badass TV producer was held at the San Francisco airport for 4 hours the other day, being searched over and over and over again. She actually broke the story on the sex worker trade 30 years ago with NBC. She doesn't feel welcome in our country right now, and it's hugely disappointing that she feels this way. She's a dear friend and a mentor and a really good tennis player, and I would much rather be on the tennis court tonight than talking about this issue. But because of what's happening, we have to come out and we have to support our neighbors. And I really hope that you all do the right thing, because all of us in this room pledged allegiance to the flag tonight, which ended by saying, "And justice and liberty for all." So let's remember that, and let's live the words that we speak when we start the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, and I apologize for missing you. Anyone else that hasn't spoken and wants to speak? Okay, thank you. And again, I have to compliment, in 12 years, this is, I have to tell you, with this many people in the room, I really, really thank you for respecting everything that was said up here. You should all, well, it's wonderful. It's just wonderful. Whatever your comments were, it's great that everybody respected what was said. All right, gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I move to adopt Resolution 2017-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos reaffirming San Carlos's commitment to a diverse, supportive, inclusive, and protective community and declaring San Carlos a welcoming city.
Second.
It's a tie.
Second.
It's a tie. Okay, comments by council members? I see Mr. Collins and then Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My light's on too, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. And I also will get to you, Mr. Albert, of course, and Mr. Grocott also.
I also want to thank everybody for speaking tonight. My wife's the crier in the family. She's the one that gets emotional. 5 years of these meetings, I don't think I've ever seen more heartfelt comments from so many people, even people who, disagree with what this proposal's all about. The reason this is so personal to me is because I was raised in this town, and I know my fellow council members are tired of hearing me say that, but my parents came here in 1955, right before I entered kindergarten, and so it's a completely different town now. But you know what? It's a better town now. It's so much more diverse. I did not grow up with anyone who was a minority. I don't think I saw a black person until I was in high school. But I had friends that were lots of different religions. I had very good friends who were Jewish. I have very good friends today who were Jewish. And not to single out that religion, but you know that old expression, some of my best friends, some of my very best friends are Jewish. So when I hear about hateful things that happen to them, I take it personally because they're my friends, and it just hurts when I hear that stuff. My father was born and raised in the South, in the deep South, in Savannah, Georgia. He was raised by a black nanny, I guess you could say. My parents weren't rich, but the remarkable thing about that is that I never heard a prejudiced word come out of his mouth in my entire youth. So it is for that reason that I don't understand prejudice. I've never understood it. I don't understand how people can hate. I would like anyone to explain hate to me. No one chooses their parents, their color, their gender, their national origin, and in some cases their religion. We had a Muslim mayor in this town, and he suffered death threats because of who he was, partly because of some of the decisions he made that were for the betterment of this community. But no other council member that I'm aware of, and two of them are sitting here, suffered death threats. I loved Omar, and to know that that happened in this town, in my town, the town that I grew up in, was very, very difficult to accept. So, you know, we wouldn't even be discussing this issue tonight if there hadn't been so many acts of violence, hate, intimidation, and fear-mongering in the last year. I don't remember any of that in my entire lifetime. So that kind of thing is really the reason that we're all talking about this. And there's been so much focus on the illegal immigrants. I had an email exchange from a guy from San Mateo. I was born in San Mateo, so I don't have anything against him, but I thought, after 4 emails, I said, wait a minute, you're not even one of my constituents, and I don't know why we're arguing about this. But I kind of fell for it, and I finally said, talk to your council members from San Mateo, because I owe my attention to the people who live in this town. But my point is that and his comment was, or his point was, why are you spending all this time on illegal immigrants? Well, this resolution talks about a lot of things. It talks about hate. It talks about prejudice. It talks about fear. I just don't understand why we do this in this town, in this county, in this country to other people. And for those who hope that this resolution is going to make things a lot better, probably not. And for those who think this resolution is going to make things worse, probably not. But I do think, I agree with a lot of speakers, it is important that we make a statement. It's, like I said, it is... so many things have been said about so many people. You know, my brother is gay. I have 2 gay cousins. I have members of my extended family married to Jews. I've had various friends over the years of all races, and I have, because of my background, because I was not raised with any sort of teaching of prejudice or hate, I was able to see those people clearly, and I'm going to be supporting this, obviously. Again, thank you all for coming, and it's a reminder to me of what a wonderful town that I live in. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thanks, Ron. Here. So I also want to extend my appreciation to everyone who spoke tonight, particularly those who shared personal stories. I'm going to be supporting this resolution. I'm going to tell you why, and I'll share one story myself, which is about the guy who sits next to me at work. So I work at Netflix. The guy who sits next to me, very similar to me in many ways. Thoughtful, smart guy who works hard, and I really care for this guy. I really love him very much. He has young children just like I do. He has a PhD from Georgia Tech, and he was born in India, and he's here on an H-1B visa, and he lives in Belmont. And about 6 weeks ago, he was pushing a stroller down the street with his 2-year-old son, and somebody rolled by and rolled down their window and screamed at him that he and his anchor baby needed to go back where he came from. And, he kind of laughed it off. They told me about this, but I was really hurt by it. And I know that, no one would ever do that to me. And, sometimes I take that for granted. Clearly, racial prejudice did not start with this presidential election, and this resolution is not going to solve it. But like many of you, I have grown concerned that people who have racial prejudice and hatred in their heart somehow feel emboldened to be able to express it publicly. And for me, this resolution is adding to the chorus of voices that are saying, knock it off. That kind of behavior is not acceptable, and it's not appropriate here. About 6 weeks ago, I took my kids to a rally in support of refugees that was organized by our synagogue. And the refrain that, the crowd was saying over and over again was, love, not fear, refugees are welcome here. And I really liked that. And it got me thinking that really ultimately deep down, a lot of this rhetoric, a lot of the executive orders, the wall, the refugee ban, are deep down motivated by fear. That people think, refugees are going to come here and they're going to start terrorist attacks and kill lots of people, or immigrants are going to come into our community and commit lots of crimes. And obviously there's no data to support any of this, but I think it's important for us to say, what I want to say is, I am not afraid. And that we as a community are not afraid. We're not afraid of people who are different than us. We embrace them, we welcome to their community, they enrich our lives, they enrich our culture, they help build who we are. But I do want to address the folks here tonight who spoke in favor of this resolution, because when I listen to you speak, I also hear a lot of fear. And it's a fear that, the Trump administration is going to do this, or the Trump administration is going to do that. And I think that, some of those concerns may be valid, and, I share some of those concerns. But to the degree that we ask other people to act out of love and not to fear, I think we have to do the same thing ourselves. And so I would ask you, even though you may be concerned, and maybe even though you may have anxieties, to try to think about ways that you can act in love and not fear. And I wanted to offer a couple suggestions. The first is that one thing you may have learned tonight is that there's a lot of people who, even in the city in which you live, who do not agree with you. And I want to say to them and to you that they are good people. They are valuable members of our community. And that I urge you to seek out viewpoints that are different than your own and try to make common ground. And that if you want to work on healing this country's divide, you can start right here in your own neighborhoods. The second thing is that, I've heard from a lot of people who who may have been complacent in the past and who have gotten engaged in politics and the public process because of the presidential election. And I think that's a great thing. And I want to say that if you want to get involved in the public process, if you want to get involved in the community, San Carlos is a great place to live. There are tons of opportunities to get involved. And I encourage you to think about joining a civic organization, hosting a block party, meeting your neighbors. We now have a Citizens Academy that you can join. But anything that you do to meet people in your neighborhood, to forge ties with people that you don't know, is going to make our community safer. It's going to make our community stronger. It's going to make our community more welcoming. And that I think it's going to enrich your lives as well. So I'll just say that I support this resolution strongly because it is a simple statement of fact. We are a welcoming community, and I am happy to reaffirm that. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, thank you. Mr. Olbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, would like to thank everybody who came here and spoke tonight. As I said a couple of weeks ago when this first came up, I was very impressed with how many people spoke from the heart and spoke about things more eloquently than I often hear. And that's important because speaking from the heart shows where people are really coming from. I also would like to also reaffirm, too, that I appreciate the small number of folks who spoke out against what we were proposing to do tonight. They are entitled to their opinion, too. Frankly, in certain cases, many of the elements of it I don't agree with. I'd be happy to talk with them, further about that. But I think it says a lot about our community that there wasn't booing and catcalling. And yes, the mayor asked people not to do that, but I don't think that really was necessary, because that's not who San Carlins are. We are, in fact, a very tolerant and welcoming community in general, although I have to admit I was disturbed by some of the specific examples of deviant behavior that certain individuals have had to suffer through here. I very much support this resolution. You can make an argument that's like, well, really, when you sort of analyze it, we're not really proposing to do anything differently than we already do. It's not like the Sheriff's Department is suddenly waking up saying, hey, those are great ideas, we'll start implementing those. But there comes a time in any community, and in the broader community of our nation, when you sometimes have to stand up and say, no, this is what we are. This is what we believe in. This is what it means to be a San Carlin. This is what it means to be a Californian. This is what it means to be an American. I've written to some people who have written to me by email to express their support for this measure that, frankly, I was surprised in many ways that we actually got to the point where I felt something like this was necessary. But the times have changed to the point where I really do think it is. And it is important that we stand up for what we mean to be as a community. We have a situation where leadership, in my opinion, is on the national level, is abdicating a very fundamental role of leadership. Ron made a comment that he, and I know Ron well, so I know exactly where he's coming from on this, that he can't understand why people hate. I have to disagree with you a little bit. I know all too well, I think, why people hate. We are all, remember, as intelligent as we all are and as clever as we all are at heart animals. And that's part of our nature, and it's part of our nature that we have to work against. That's why we train and educate our youth, and why we have meetings like this, and why we have processes to work things out. But one of the jobs of leadership, oddly enough, is to push back against the mob. The mob is always with us. It's always there lurking. There's always a reason somebody has to hate somebody else. And one of the things we're working through as a nation right now is you see what happens when, at the highest levels of leadership, people forget that and start doing things in a way and saying things that encourages the mob to come out. It's not all of us, thank goodness, because that would just dissolve civilization. But it's enough to cause problems. And when things like that happen, remember that ultimately the authority in this country, the political authority, doesn't come from even the Constitution, and it doesn't come from whoever happens to be occupying 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, regardless of whether you voted for them or not. It comes from the people. And sometimes, sorry, I guess I'm turning out to be an emotional guy tonight too. It comes from the people. And sometimes, like these times, the people need to stand up. And as Cameron said, hey, enough's enough. Okay? We're not saying we necessarily disagree with everything you're saying and doing, but enough's enough. Cut it out. That's not who we are. And that happens in many forms. In a local level, it starts on a local level. In a community, it starts with stuff like this. And so, yes, in some senses, to come back to a point I made earlier, are we doing anything dramatic tonight? No. But we're reaffirming who we are and what we believe in and what we want our leaders to be and what we want our leaders to encourage us all to be. And that's important. I really think that that's very important. I guess I don't have an awful lot to say. I think it's pretty obvious. I very much support this resolution. It's very important. It's a small thing, but it's a big thing, and I'm glad that it came forward, and I'm very thankful for all of you who actually did all of the work to bring this forward and get the attention put on it and come up with the draft resolution and work with staff on fine-tuning it and whatnot. So my hat's off to you. Good job. Keep going there. As Cameron said, get involved, stay involved. Let's turn this thing around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olbert. Mr. Crocott.
Thank you. I wanted to start off, knowing we had this meeting tonight was very troubling to me today. It's been heavy on my heart all day long that this was going to go on. Just to give a little background, I want you to understand a little bit about who I am, because Ron mentioned about his background and so forth. I'm a second-generation immigrant. My dad is the only child in his family that was born in this country. My mom recently, actually, I wish I could have a picture of it. It was very beautiful. It was in her local paper from Market Harbor, England. They reprinted a story from 1945 when she and two of her classmates were wanting to move to America because they had met American GIs during World War II. And they reprinted that story about my mother coming here to America. She met up with my father again after 10 months separation and letter writing and so forth. She met him in New York. He had driven from Ohio to New York City to pick her up. And they went to what's called the church around the corner immediately to get married. So that's a little bit about just my own personal family. I can tell you that in college, I went to college in the South, University of Florida for 2 years and Clemson University for 2 years. And actually, Clemson is, University of Florida is just this mix of people from all over the place, mostly New Jersey and New York. But when you go to Clemson, you're in the Deep South. It was it was originally military school, very traditional. And when I got to Clemson, I was on the wrestling team, and I met a guy he was very unusual for me because he was black, but he spoke with an English accent, and I thought, who is this guy? But Noel and I became very good friends, and we became roommates. One of the first college roommates actually the first college roommate situation at Clemson where he had a black guy and a white guy living together. My wife, I don't know if many of you know my family, my wife is Filipina. She had 2 children when I got married. They're both Filipino boys, born in the Philippines. So I just want people to understand, I'm not going to support this, but it's not because I'm a racist or a bigot or have hatred for people. Far from it. In my business, I meet lots of people. I've done projects for gay couples, for people of all races. I have cohorts or peers that I work with, engineers that are from other countries. One of the guys I'm doing a project with in San Carlos right now, the contractor, is from Iran. Somebody spoke here about she's from Iran. So I don't hold any hatred in my heart or racism, but what I see here really troubles me, mostly because the language that's in here about not cooperating with our federal government when it comes to immigration laws. Now a fellow came last time and he came here again today and he mentioned about the Statue of Liberty. Just a little history on that. The Statue of Liberty does not represent a founding document of this country. The Statue of Liberty was a gift to the United States from the country of France as a thank you for how we had relieved troubles in Europe that was going on, and immigrants, we allowed so many immigrants into this country to relieve those situations that they were having in Europe. And yes, we're a welcoming country. We are a country of immigrants. There's no denying that. But we're also a country of laws. And now a number of people mentioned the Constitution tonight. Well, I brought a copy. So what does the Constitution say? Well, it says in Article 1, Section 8, that it's a duty of the Congress to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. So it's up to the Congress to create the laws about immigration. And then, of course, everybody knows that the president, whoever that is, when they take office, they raise their right hand and they swear to uphold the Constitution, meaning they swear to do what the Congress votes on, to uphold the laws of the nation. And actually, just a little note, we all do that, but nowhere is that a requirement. And your state assembly members do it, your governor does it, everybody does this thing, and they, the clerk, raise your right hand, you swear to... The only elected officer in this country that's required by the Constitution to take that oath is the President of the United States. That's it. So it's his duty, his or her duty, to enforce the laws that the Congress passes on immigration. Now, we do raise our right hand and we do swear to uphold that. And so to me, to have something in front of me that's saying you shouldn't support the laws of the nation, essentially, by ignoring immigration laws and not aiding the federal government when it needs your help in upholding immigration laws, that's wrong. I don't agree with the Sheriff's Department and their take on it. If you're here and you don't belong here in this country because you're not legal, well, you can be here on a guest visa. There's lots of ways to be here, but you shouldn't be here illegally. That's not right. I've been to foreign countries. I went back to England to visit family. I've been down to Mexico a number of times. I've been to Jamaica. Every time you go to these places, you have to go through, customs and provide your passport and so forth. Why? Because it's important is why. You can't just have people, coming into the country, just like you can't have people coming into your house that, you don't know why they're there or who they are or what they're doing in your home. Well, this country is your home. And it's not hatred, it's not bigotry, it's not racism. It's that we're a country of laws, not of men. And that's what's kept us strong and together for so long, is because we are a country of laws. And if we're going to start breaking those laws, where does that stop? And where does that lead to? It leads to anarchy is what it leads to. And then you won't have a country, and it won't be worth living in if you want to break. If you just want to say, well, we're just going to enforce some laws, but not these laws. The example of that is going to lead people to say, well, if they're not going to follow that law over there, I'm not going to follow this law over there. And I don't think any of us want that. I certainly don't. And there's people that say, well, I fear for what's happening to my neighbors and so forth. The story that you told, the Chinese guy that got up here and talked about what you said, that's awful. But this resolution, it's not going to change that. What's going to change it is what's in the hearts and minds of our people, our citizens. And it doesn't come by changing laws. It comes by who you are as a person. So.
Okay. I had relatives in the Central Valley during World War II. There's a Japanese family that had a farm. It was like, I think they were second generation or third generation United States citizens. And they were sent, as the gentleman said, to internment camp. And I'm so proud of those folks in the Central Valley. I won't mention the town or their names. But all the neighbors, excuse me, got together and took care of that farm so that when those folks came back, they had their house, they had their property, their crops, everything was taken care of. I'm proud of those people. I'm an Italian American. I was born here. My father was not. My mother was born here. There's prejudice that our family endured, not when I was alive, but in the 30s and in the 40s. They were not interned, but some Italians were, as were some Germans. But they still had to weather the prejudice. My uncle worked back east, and the pressure was so much that he actually changed his name. I don't criticize him for that. It was the tenor of the time. We make a small statement here for inclusion, for the best of us with this. And I respect people that disagree, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. That's why this is a great country in my mind, because there are going to be disagreements. But this is a small little step, but I think it's a good one. And again, I've already said thank you for all the folks that spoke pro and con and that got involved. And as we mentioned before, stay involved. If it's not this issue, some other issue, get involved. It's your community. It's your city. It's your county. It's your state. It's your country. And as was mentioned, if you don't get involved, history shows us what happens. Anyway, so I would call the question. So could we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Griselli?
Yes. Thank you all for coming, the folks that spoke. Why don't we take 2 minutes for folks that need to go? And we have a couple more items we have to take care of, so if you could clear the rest of it.
Go to the bathroom.
Hey, Bob, you can move.
mentioned our experience a little bit, so I won't lay on that. We really want to focus a little bit on the transition of things a little bit. As you know, it's marijuana is a Class 1 drug. It continues to be there. In California, in '96, we had the Compassionate Use Act, which allowed people use it in California and have in possession of it. But there was some unclarity of stuff, so for SB 420 then allowed them to have it in their possession if they had 12 immature plants, 6 mature plants, or 8 ounces of cannabis in their possession if they had an ID or doctor's recommendation. And then as things picked up momentum, Colorado, Washington, we kind of slowed it down here in California. And Colorado and Washington became recreational and kind of took off. And as you heard all the horror stories that went on, especially with Colorado, and a lot that really had to do with the fact that their Prop 64 initiative actually gave them a time frame a lot shorter than ours, 180 days. As you know, it's hard to do anything in 180 days, let alone figure out what you were doing. We've had our MARSA in place for a year and a half, and we still haven't implemented anything yet. So you can see the challenges that Colorado had, and Washington followed as well. And then in 2013, Attorney General Cole Memo really is the key things I want to focus on as a bare minimum. I know there's a lot of concerns. You just had a conversation before this on another issue related to the federal level of what that really does for us. And then the DA, Congress defunding it, so it has a low priority as far as what they can and cannot do. And then in California in 2015, we had MARSA go into effect to kind of give us a little more direction and guidance of how moving is in the direction in California. And then, of course, Prop 64 changed things, which we'll go into detail. So the first thing is, I won't elaborate on this too much, but if you have not read the Cole Memo, at least you have the focus key points in here. That's really the critical component of this. You know, 7 years ago when I was asked to try to put something together in Oakland, and being a former law enforcement officer, it was really difficult for me to want to do things where I went from one extreme to the other. And so really, I had to look at the common denominator of what I was going to be allowed to do, as you may be looking at policy decisions as well. And that really is the Cole Memo as far as the key things there. Keeping it out of the hands of minors, keeping it out of criminal enterprises, diversion, use of for undercover or pretext, firearms being involved with it, drug driving. Of course, we don't want to see anyone in vehicles after using the product, and then dealing with the environmental issues that we have up north. So we kind of have a paradigm shift to what we're seeing happening, and that really is a culture change. We've all kind of transitioned over time of looking at the different things that we've gone through the ages with alcohol, and then later with cigarettes, and then we get into gambling casinos down in the 70s and 80s, and then the generation that we are today with the centennials and the millenniums of it becoming a natural thing for them to kind of accept of those culture changes to us. And this is a map of what happened, really focus on, obviously you can see the breakdown of where every state is allowing and not allowing, but really wanted to focus on this as the 14 stars, which is what happened in November, about the outcome of those that actually went to a ballot measure at a state level. And the outcome of that is we've seen 4 states, California being the biggest of that, but Massachusetts playing a big influence now on the East Coast, going to a recreational. And then on the East Coast, going from a medical, Florida being a big player there, and Ohio. And one thing you don't see on there is Arizona, because Arizona did not get to a recreational, but they do have the medical side of that. So the momentum is, again, just like the generational change, you're seeing it happening here with initiatives. There's 28 states that make up 95% of the population in the country that are moving there. As we look at the local level, there was 39 ballot measures, the tax measures that moved through it. So you can see that both North and Southern California had a high passing rates, acceptance rates. So obviously the communities are starting to support that, looking at it from a revenue standpoint, but also the fact that it's here and that they want to do something and move in a progressive direction with it. And then, as mentioned by the administration, here's the breakdown of the state, the county, and again, San Carlos has actually a higher level of passing the initiative support than the state and the county, which is uniquely higher than the states. And what I want to share with you is really kind of what we've dealing with 70 agencies of, and really making a statement as a policy that you do. And that as policy design today will help shape how the industry will look like in your community tomorrow. And really how you decide to go forward with something and develop a program will be a very difficult thing for you to at least look at how you want to and what you want to do and at what kind of classification or categories. And that balancing of the policy issues that you're going to be wanting to consider between looking at a variety of things. But I think the first step you're doing, that you've been looking at, is really the path to success, and in this order, is to educate, which you're doing today and you have been doing recently in a variety of ways. And then as you move forward, you start collaborating with both internal and external stakeholders. And then once you have an understanding of what that all means, creating a legislative ordinance that's going to be a good foundation for your community, regardless if it's keeping a band or moving somewhere all the way to having every type of activity in your city. And then when you get to that point of how you're going to regulate that and following the parallel of having a robust regulations in place. And you get to keep that dual licensing and regulatory component of it in the enforcement aspect at the local level, and that will be critical because at the state level, they're not in a position to really help you at the local level as much as it sounds like they want to, just because of lack of resources. We're looking at 10 to 15,000 permits statewide, and right now the three major agencies have less than 65 employees with 8 months to go before they're going to put it into effect. So difficult challenges with that. This is just kind of float on the MARSA side of how the product's broken down. You got cultivation. There's three components that have to be separate from the others. Cultivation, manufacturing, and a dispensary. Dispensary has to be separate types of permits that individuals can have, and they can have any combination of those, but they can't be a transporter, a testing lab, or distributor. Those have to have separate accountabilities on the medical side. However, on Prop 64, you're going to see where it's a little different in that process. And then the findings, again, taxing it, we're going to have tax allowed to it. We're going to work on public health issues. We're going to focus on DUI arrests on DUI evaluation and training for highway patrol and law enforcement. And it's going to create some kind of jobs and deal with the investing in the communities that are most challenged related to this. And then in the medical side, it's going to be exempt in there. But we will talk about that more depth, about the myths about that. And if there's anything good, positive out of this, is the experiences in Colorado, is that they didn't have a balance on what the dosage amounts can be, and that's going to be strictly enforced at the state level. It could also be done something at the local level as far as what you allow into the community and to try to keep it out of the hands of kids. So the local control issues that are a priority, and this is something that we spent some time with the Police Chiefs Association in the last 2 weeks talking about, a lot of these areas that are concerned for them. Now it's going to change how they have to approach things from a public safety standpoint. Personal use, now it's 21 years of age on the recreational side. You can be in possession of 28.5 grams, which is equivalent to 1 ounce. And you can have 6 plants on the residential property on the indoor, and you can't ban that. You can on the outdoor. And you can have reasonable regulations, which we will talk about. And of course, the big challenge here is now that it's deemed lawful, that it makes it some difficult things for law enforcement for detention and probable cause for search or arrest. So let's look at some of the challenges and regulations associated with this. So reasonable regulations at the local level. Some of the things that some agencies are looking at are just doing a registration so they can monitor if there's complaints from people. They have an idea of who's doing them. If you're having issues regarding electricity or water issues and you want to monitor that, then you having at least knowing what the number of people that are growing gives you an understanding of that and at the local level. But then also, more importantly, is the public safety issues of the fire hazards or odor control or health hazards regarding any of the mildew association with rental property. And so some of the bigger things that we talked about with public safety really has to do with the kids. And so if you really focus on the youth issues on this, then you want to look at areas that you may prohibit or restrict some of the things dealing with living rooms, hallways, bathrooms, or places where kids can play. You know, picture a kid walking around in a hallway with a pacifier where there's electrical cords or water running in the hallways or areas where they're at, where they can get access to, which is a little concerning. And then if you can restrict it to either the size of a location or, more importantly, contiguous, so you don't have big plants in if you have a 3-bedroom house in a garage and you see people taking advantage of that 6-plant criteria and trying to find ways to circumvent the process of having some kind of structural requirement in there of the size of the plant, and even setbacks from neighbors as far as where they can grow it, even if it's indoors, because they can put it in sheds that can create odor problems. And then we have public consumption issues. One of the things that you look at that public consumption is going to be more of a common thing that people, because of the fines are so low, it's going to cause some problems of people walking down sidewalks, sitting at the bus stations, hanging out in parking lots and things of that nature where public consumption is going to cause a problem. And in Colorado, that was one of the things that they had a lot more, even though the rest went down, they had a lot more citations associated with public consumption. So putting something in there that's going to be consistently with that with where tobacco is going to be important as well. And then a drug-free, it doesn't change that you can still require a drug-free workplace, especially in the public sector where you have conditions of people driving vehicles, working on public roads and things of that nature. And then if you have properties that the city owns that you lease for like weddings or conventions or for meetings of any nature, then you may want to consider how you draft some of the lease agreements or the contracts associated with that if you don't want consumption in public property, especially for liability purposes. And then another key area that has changed between the medical side and Prop 64 is that it's no longer considered a cannabis product. It's actually called an agriculture product. So how you do zoning becomes critical there. And because of that, the old rule of using permissive zoning can't be used anymore. You have to be more explicit if you're not going to allow something in a certain area. And so that it's more defined and determined that under the new definition of what cannabis is. And then the things that the new law does, where MARSA in the medical side only had a K through 12, 600 feet from sensitive uses like a school, Prop 64 expands it to include daycare centers and youth centers. And then you can prohibit things. There's two types of permits that are new to Prop 64, and that is a Type 5 permit, which is the big grows now of cultivation. So you may consider doing this due to the size of some of the properties or industrial areas, or restricting the Type 5s or not including them at all. And then there's a micro business now, which is a 10,000 square foot grow, and that's something where they can actually have all the different types of activities under one roof, but also have one permit associated with that. The only thing they can't do is a testing lab with it. And here's some of the benefits from a financial standpoint from the taxes. This is where all the taxes is going to go. But again, this is at the state level. And if you have any ban in place, that the only way that the locals can get any of this money is through a grant, but if you have any bans in place, you're not going to be allowed to get any of the grant money. So that's something to keep in mind as far as limitations. Here's a breakdown of the taxes. So the important thing for you really here is the other local tax, and that is if you have an excise tax, that you can have an excise tax at the local level if you go to the voters for this, and have a tax which you have local control over. You don't have to share it with any other agency in that process like some of the other ones where you may be limited to it, or they could take it away from you because you don't have control over that. So what I wanted to share with you, why it becomes challenging, is that's the complexity of legislation. So in Colorado, there was 44 legislative bills that went to in front of the legislators, and 22 of them were passed. But the challenge with that is that it had 125 rule changes. And so with a new industry that's just starting to stabilize, or trying to get involved into it, with not all the rulemakings in place, you can see that those 124 rules had 90 public safety issues. And so as it reforms itself, it's going to take 2 or 3 years to stabilize, so putting a good practice and policies in place at the local level is going to be very critical in that development should you choose to do something. And what are those rules in place to come to make sure that you don't have challenges? And at the local level, when you develop a regulatory ordinance, you're really focusing on 3 things: time, place, and manner. I think time is very, very obvious. The place is going to be in a land use issue as far as how you develop it, but the manner becomes the critical components of that. And in the place, this is an example of a dispensary. There's myths about what a dispensary looks like, and they're really changing the transition as far as what the industry is looking and shaping to be in a professional development, especially in the regulator world, where you see places more like this versus places that are hidden in the light industrial areas or dark corners or not well known. And when we talk about types of processes to get the best players in town to get something in this type of professional manner, you'll see what we're talking about. So the time, place, and manner. The manner has to do with the types of things, where the business location is going to be, the hours of operation, physical security concerns regarding smell, sight, and noise, reporting requirements, employee badges to kind of have oversight to make sure people that are going in and out of those places, that there's both internal controls and external controls, and public safety will know who they're dealing with that. And again, here's another look at a different one, just as far as the quality of them, but also just kind of the professionalism associated with some of the dispensaries. And then again, some additional stuff here, things to just looking at an oversight, just law enforcement having access to it. It's going to be important that they have to have the access, or code enforcement able to go in at any time during the reasonable hours of their operation, to just kind of making sure things are in place. They have good neighbor policies. They're mitigating any concerns of dealing with that. Any good regulatory permits going to have those things, and making sure that they're taken care of and being a good neighbor. Just another look from a different perspective of a dispensary. So should you choose to look and consider something, it always comes to place, well, how do we go about doing that? There's some good stories and bad stories of how some of this is done. First come, first serve is not a good idea, because you get someone that finds the money to get into the door, and they sit there at 6 o'clock in the morning when the door's open, and they're the first one in there, and it necessarily is the best actor quality that you want in there. So you really, to get the professional look in the type of places and facilities you want to make sure that you have some good process in place. And so that's not one of them. Lotteries are bad ideas as well. Some cities have done that. It just means more people put more balls into the bucket to improve their chances, or coordination with other people, and it causes conflict and goes into a lot of issues regarding appeals and litigation. And same with a qualified lottery, where you get to a certain level of a minimum standard, and then you throw everyone in there, and it still does a little better, but really not getting the best person. And what I like to see is, for any community, is it's the best fit for you, for your community, and focusing on that. And that's where a competitive process, where a community of this size goes through a limited number of permits to go through that, depending on the types of activities you want. And then open-end focuses more on areas where they're bigger agencies. And then what's all the noise about? You know, this is a financial, it really comes down to the dollar amount from an industry standpoint. This is not an industry that's new. It's been around here for 40 years, but now they get to bring the money in the light. So this figure you see here, where there's projections between $7.4 and $7.6 billion that's going to be in California, it really, because it's been here and now it's starting to come into the light, and you see a lot of different people getting involved with that. You see a lot of local economies growing it. You saw where there was a high inventory for industrial property getting bought up, and people buying it and trying to do something with it. It's improved a lot of the communities where they have no land developed. People are buying land and actually doing something so they can build something from a state of art in new places. But you're seeing a lot of activity happening in the locals because of the financial component of it, where there's limitations on growth from economy. And then now that we've got MRSA and UMA in place, there are residential growers that are going to be impacted because they will no longer be able to play in the market. And if you have some of those in your community, they're most likely going to have to go work for one of the other places somewhere to continue doing their skill. But you can see how big California is. It's almost 50% of the whole market out there in the U.S. The western states seem to be the bulk of it, but that regions will expand as there's more in the East Coast that's involved with it. But you can see there's a huge component of it, and we make a big share of it. So what are the different categories that people have interest, and why all the noise about the different activities? Well, it's starting to shift over where almost 50% of all the products are going into an oil base. So that's an edible of some form, into a food, a tincture, things of that nature. And so a lot of manufacturers are starting to wanting to come into play because they see the biggest opportunity for growth, and especially a different one where they have a different skill set in there. But of course, to get to the oils, you have to have cultivators, so there's a significant drive for cultivation to be in communities in various strategic locations. And then you can see all the different other categories that are involved in processing and in the industry. And then even though it looks like dispensaries are not very viable, they are very viable and can still do very significantly. And one thing I want to point out, the staff wanted me to mention, is in the report it mentioned about that it can make at a minimum, dispensary can make a minimum in tax about $500,000. It's really around $300,000 to $350,000 per dispensary, but there's potential up there depending on what's happening around you and your communities around you in the saturation of market. If there's not as much saturation of marketing, the density, then there could be a potential of $500,000 per dispensary in your community based on their success in strategic planning. So what's all, if you look at comparisons, we can't all have Apple stores in our community. You can see by a square footage of how it looks in the businesses and in department stores, take up a lot of space and don't necessarily have the same yield return as a dispensary can be. So you can see where it still has some profitability and still very successful. I mean, if you look in comparison to a dispensary to a Costco, there's not that much huge jump, and that's on an average point compared to it. So as we talk about tax and fees, looking at the different types of taxes that you can go in the process, general tax is usually the preferred method. I mean, even though you had a very good success rate of 65% in there, as you know, you need to get to 66%. So that's right on that marginal component if you wanted to do it for a special tax versus a general tax. You can comfortably probably meet that means because it's either all or none if you have success or not. So it's just a matter of how you strategically want to look at something like that. And then in the difference between a square footage and a gross receipts, a lot of the agencies are using square footage for cultivation just because it's a cash business and you don't have to have as much oversight, but it's easy to calculate for budget purposes because of the square footage on there. It's just a matter of finding that pain point of where you'd want the rate to be to make sure that the business is successful. And then all the other ones looking at a gross receipt type of activity. And so if you actually did a gross receipt on a tax rate, on a percentage on there, try to have some balance that gives you a little flexibility with a not to exceed rate, so that way you can go up or down in that, or evaluate how things are trending out there as time goes on. And then collection methods, concerns over the cash, we'll talk about why collection methods should be the frequency in that. And then the cost recovery fee, we'll talk a little more expansion on that. Because this is a cash business, the banking issue becomes more of a challenge. And so it's a transaction, cash transaction right now is very high in cash transactions. Banks are allowing the industry to get into it, but they're also causing a little complexity for cities as well that we're working on at the state level. And then just kind of monitoring the businesses, staying on top of it. That's why a good compliance program and an audit program keeps some accountability in there. So it's a lot better techniques that we have now than we had 2 or 3 years ago, that we've got the proper ways to address this in touching points, especially when we go to a track and trace system at the state level, that we're going to have more access to things and more data touching points to deal with that. But the bigger issue from a public safety has to do with the safety issues regarding transporting the cash from the operators to the city. People driving around in cars, carrying it in backpacks, trying to get it to the city, trying to get it to the banks, and dealing with that. And that's some of the protocols that down the road, should you decide to move forward, that we can discuss with staff as far as protocols for that. And then again, at the state level, the next meeting is going to be March 27th. John Chung, the controller, is having 4 meetings. They've had 2 meetings so far, one in the north and one in the south. And the third one here is going to be in Oakland on March 27th at the state building, which he'll continue talking about the banking issues and implementation strategies for that. And then they'll have reports come out of that to provide recommendation to the Office of Business Oversight. So here you see where the banks and credit unions are making a little headway, but not at the speed of light. There's 22,000 banks and branches out there, so you can see it's not moving all that fast. Their concern is still having to be responsible for not only the permittee or the account that they have, but all the businesses that business does business with. So as we move into a more regulated world, we'll see some changes that. Talking to a lot of banks now where their committees are starting to evaluate that and move it in a different way. So the 5 trends, a lot of capital is being invested in this, billions of dollars up and down the state. We're working from Mendocino all the way to the border of Blythe to Needles, and in between. A lot of projects going on, a lot of money, and a lot of going into investing in this industry and trying to go into communities and create jobs. And so with that said, a lot of the industry is starting to look at the shakeout of where there's opportunities for them. And as you know, there's a lot of cities that are banning it, so those that are considering it, there's some opportunities for them to look at it at various types of activities in the community in the region. And so as that continues moving on, people are going to be looking for licenses and entry points to get into that. So what are the obstacles that the industry has to deal with in dealing with taxes? One of the things is that now Prop 64 creates an excise tax of 15%. That tax is significantly high to look at when we look at local taxes added to that. And then if you're a dispensary, you have the sales tax associated with that. Of course, those are all passed on to the user, but it all adds up over time. And then because there's new categories of distribution and transportation that has to move the product through, there's going to be markups for that. It's going to cause other problems. And then, of course, the state and the local agency is going to create local regulatory permits in order to have oversight to the industry. This is going to cause an additional burden to that. And then the things that the industry hasn't had to deal with is cost of wages, health insurance, unemployment, and doing business in the cannabis industry for insurance and so forth. So these are all new things that they're not used to, that's going to have to come out into the business world like everyone else. But again, you add all these regulatory things, plus the cost of doing business is going to shift, and they shift that. And with that, in order to have long-term success, just be mindful of any kind of tax that you look at going forward, to consideration that we'll have these things a factor to them. So creating a strategic plan, trying to establish a good ordinance, looking at taking baby steps in whatever you do. You're a smaller community. Some communities go a little overboard. The smaller ones that get out of control and not focusing on taking baby steps and understand what works for your community or what the concerns or capacity impacts the staff and how that impacts things. Looking at long-term success as far as what you want to establish and creating, like you said, a good, robust ordinance that's going to work for your community becomes very critical in any policy decision you make. That includes even, what your levels if you do with the ban, because even a ban is going to have those unintended consequences now that we got Prop 64 allowing personal use and what that means to a community. So again, can't overemphasize the collaboration. We talked about this is the education side of it, but when you get into collaboration with both internal and external stakeholders, getting input from everybody, understanding what your business community here in town would like to see, how the residents of your community get an impact or involved with that or have an input from them becomes very important as well. And then just really, as you know, staff's got a lot on their plate with other things as well of just what the resources or limitations they have in trying to deal with this merging industry or just dealing with the personal use issues or the illegal uses that are occurring in the community as well as public safety. So what kind of options to consider? You can either maintain a ban altogether. You can, obviously you got to allow indoor, but you can have reasonable regulations to it. You can look at doing something with medical and medical only. Right now with, the federal level looking at things and conversations made that they may restrict it to only medical and not allowing recreation or pursuing recreational issues. That's still to be said. But looking at the medical side or having a combination of having something on the non-medical side, limiting what type of activities may be in the community or allowing all the types of activities both for medical and non-medical. And then just looking at good tax strategies that you want to do to make sure that you can cover all the costs and have some other benefits for your community by bringing it into your community as a whole. So with that said, if you have any questions tonight, I'd be more than happy to answer them and then follow with you later at a different time. I know it's getting late as well, if there's anything else that you would like to touch upon at this time.
Does anyone have any questions? I think the late hour has precluded our questions. Mr. McPherson, I think this document is excellent that you gave us, and thank you for your report on this. We keep this, and this is like a guide. So thank you so much for staying and for giving this to us. Like you said, baby steps is what I think we're going to have to do. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much again for staying this late. Appreciate it. I have one speaker on this item, and is Mr. Gillis still here? All right. You have 2 minutes, Mr. Gillis.
Hi, my name's Alec Gillis. Ooh, that's really loud. I just wanted to come and express my support of you guys even sitting down and taking consideration on this subject. I know that it's kind of a hot topic right now. So I've been in the medical cannabis industry since 2014. I've been living in San Carlos for 6 years. We have kids here. He mentioned collaboration. If I can offer any kind of help or support, please feel free to reach out to me. You know that it's late. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gillis. I'm sure we'll see you again. All right. Any other comments on this item? All right. So we'll move on. I think we need another motion. We said 11:15. Why don't we make it 11:30?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
A second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. 7H. Adopt a resolution approving modification to the sidewalk repair program. Any kind of a staff report or just what we had before? I think we've already had it.
Yeah, this obviously was a consent calendar item originally, so the staff's happy to make a presentation or whatnot. It's fundamentally, I think, the council seems to have a pretty good handle on, I think, the topic and the options. So if you need us, we're here.
Okay.
If not, we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff at this time? Mr. Collins?
I don't have any questions for staff, but I would like to, when the time is appropriate, make an alternative motion.
So it's not now. We have some speakers, and I want to make sure we get to them. Thank you for your patience. Very unusual evening tonight. First speaker card I have is Florence Nixon, followed by Lois Giannini. Okay. Ken Castle. Oh, I'm sorry, Lois. I apologize. I didn't see you get up. Go ahead, Lois.
There's one right here, too.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Hello.
So I'm following somebody.
Okay, let me start over again. Florence Nixon. Sorry, I didn't see anybody do anything and heard nothing, so please start.
Okay, Florence Nixon, and I just want to sort of, I guess, point out a few things I'm sure that you're all aware of, but I've been a taxpayer in San Carlos for over 30 years. Santa Carlos taxpayers pay a significant amount in taxes. Houses are valuable, pay a lot of money. In addition to the rather significant taxes that we pay, we have also volunteered to pay taxes for additional programs. We've volunteered to pay taxes, extra taxes for the schools, for the libraries, things of this nature. Additionally, the city has received significant amount of money from developers as a result of the expansion that's gone on, and our revenues seem to be pretty deep. As city residents, we have been dramatically inconvenienced as a result of the aggressive building throughout San Carlos, and have added seemingly at least 500 additional residential units to the area. And I am troubled that the city doesn't seem to want to support and participate in the cost of repairing very badly needed work on the sidewalks around here. It seems to me that there should be plenty of money in the kitty to pay for that and to share in that. It is not just for the homeowners to do that, but it's to the benefit of all members of the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lois Giannini. Thank you. Followed by Ken Castle.
I am also here to ask you to reconsider your decision about the sidewalk program. I feel the city should share in the cost of repairing the shared sidewalks. As the lady before me said, our taxes are used for other shared uses, such as beautification of downtown, the benches, the sidewalks down there, and as property owners, I think our taxes should go towards our sidewalks being repaired as well. Having residents pay 100% of the repair is a financial hardship for many, and as Councilman Olbert has pointed out in the past, that the city does have enough money to help. The final reason I think the city should take part is there would be more buy-in, let's say, or oversight on the program so that people won't get ripped off. As in my case, I've had 3 sidewalk squares replaced that were never marked for replacement. I took photos ahead of time, so I have the before and after photos, and I think other residents probably didn't think to do that, and who knows how many people are getting ripped off by that program. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ken Castle, followed by Jack Vanderup, I apologize, Vanderup, something like that.
Well, here we are, the hour is late. I've seen just about every procedural and parliamentary trick known to mankind to try to push this behind. It's not going to push behind. I can tell you that I'm not going to be crying tonight, but I know a lot of people who saw those bills and those letters they got from the city were in tears about the cost of repairing their sidewalks. So congratulations, you guys. We have a welcoming city. How about having a fair and equitable city? Huh? How about that? How about we treat our people, our taxpayers, our property owners the same way that we've accorded all of these things that we've talked about tonight. Let's put it into practice. Now, I see there's a new proposal here for a 50-50 sharing plan. It appears that it's not going to meet an increase in the total budget. I don't understand why the budget can't be increased to cover sidewalk repair with all the extra revenues we have, with all the new cannabis revenues we're going to have, with the robots, traveling up and down the sidewalks. In fact, we got to make San Carlos safe for those robots delivering the cannabis, don't we? So, look, I think it's fair to ask on an issue that we didn't start, that was precipitated by some cyber troll making a lot of reports, that we get this right. We need to dismiss every one of those letters that came in from that cyber troll. Neither the city nor the people who receive those letters are accountable to an unknown person of unknown motives. It's unconstitutional and it's not right. It's a failure of due process. So we need to get rid of those letters at the very least. So I'm hoping that you will look at doing at least a 50-50 sharing plan, and during budget discussion that we reopen the matter and we look at doing some work on our infrastructure, including our sidewalks, and take care of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jack, you'll be followed by Vesna Abranovic. I'm having trouble with this tonight. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
I want to commend you for making the change from a 1/4 inch to 3/4 of an inch. I think that makes a lot of difference, and the last time I spoke on this, I said that this 1/4 inch kind of thing, that's not a hazard at all, and changing it to 3/4 of an inch I think is great. Secondly, I would support the 50% share by the city. You know, most of the defects in the sidewalk are not the fault of the property owner. It's just either a fact of nature or other people who are walking on the sidewalks, or perhaps vehicles coming on the sidewalks. But certainly the property owner is not the instigator of the defects on the sidewalk. The city can well afford to share 50% of the costs, and I think that's a fair approach to this, and I hope that's what you adopt. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Vesna?
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm not going to repeat anything that was already said that I agree with. My stance on this has been from day one. I already spoke many times. I took the survey. I left the materials. I believe that this should not be a joint venture. I think the city should own this project. This should be a public works project. I think you would save a lot of money in the city administering and talking to the homeowners. Nobody has yet told me how much one block would cost. Just one block of remodeled and repaired sidewalk. Just choose any block and get a bid from 3 contractors. Just take the homeowners completely out of this equation. Now we're compromising the actually ADA accessibility, and it doesn't apply with the ADA because we're trying to make everybody happy. We're not putting the paint so that everybody feels warm and fuzzy. I mean, it's just like it's all emotional. You're not approaching it as a business. Mr. Mayor, you've been in business. You know, if you're sending someone to do a job in 4 or 5 different parts of the city, it will take more time, especially if you have to talk to each and every homeowner, than if you're doing that work just in one area. There is enormous waste. I mean, it's a lot of this is common sense, so I just don't understand. I know you've been working really hard to get this 50-50. I just don't think it's a joint venture, and I don't think homeowners should be paying this on their own. I think you should approach this as a completely take out the homeowners out of this and see how much you can afford each year to do. 1 block or 2 blocks. Just choose what it is. It's going to be downtown in flat areas. There's not an indefinite number of blocks. I just don't understand $60,000 city administration cost. It doesn't, how much it would be if they never had to talk to one homeowner. Just never even, you don't even know where these are, these little squares. What we're having right now, and we've had people come here and talk, that they had prepared their own sidewalk. You'll see what our sidewalks are going to be. I'm going to be the first one. I'm getting ready mix, and I'm doing my own sidewalk. I'm putting on knee pads and gloves, and if I were to do my own sidewalk, I'm going to do it. You're never going to even know. So this is not professional. This is kind of like a patchwork. I'm disappointed because I think all you guys are really successful and have done some great work in your lives, and this is a patchwork. Approach it as a project, public work project. Let Jay take care of it. Get
Mister, we need to wrap up.
3 bids from 3 contractors and see how much it is per block.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item tonight? Yes, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize I didn't have my
That's all right.
card filled out.
Not a problem.
As a resident, I mean, personally, I'm not going to be affected by this because I don't have a sidewalk in front of my house. My neighbor's starts south of that. But it comes to me that the sidewalk being on a private piece of property is mandated by the codes and ordinances of the city. It's a public right-of-way to walk on, and as such should be part of a public project. I don't think it should be a 50-50 split. I think it should be the city to take care of. And I think it's the city's responsibility. I know people would rather not have the sidewalk just because of the maintenance issue. They'd rather take the whole thing out and plant grass and not put up with the noise and the traffic of people walking on it. As I say, it doesn't affect me personally, but I think it's a city issue. It shouldn't be any different than maintaining the sidewalks on Laurel Street or right out here in front of City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item tonight? Okay. Gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, we have 4 options before us, and before we vote on them, I'd like to offer a 5th, which I think addresses a couple of issues. If it's all right with you, if you indulge me for a moment.
Sure.
Okay. Option 1, which I believe was Cameron's issue, or Cameron's motion, which passed last time. I did not vote for it because I felt that there were key elements of it that were missing, and I felt that we really should really go for, I believe option 3 was the original staff recommendation. I like that the most. My feeling now is that, and I've always said that I don't mind having a 50-50 repair relationship if we could afford it. And before it was always an open-ended number. So what I'm proposing tonight is that we would keep option 1, but I would add a couple of things. We would go to a 50-50 split each year, but we would budget $60,000 for it. And then further, I would propose that if there are any unused funds at the end of the year from sidewalk repairs, that we roll those over to the next year and add it to next year's allocation. And we can revisit this budget annually. Maybe next year we might have more money and we want to up to $60,000. Maybe next year we have less money, we want to reduce the $60,000. But I think having the option of rolling that money over could add to that amount, and if we have a year where we have very few repairs, maybe we've got 30,000 left over, we add it to the 60 next year, we've got 90, and that way I think we can begin to address this issue long-term. So that would be my motion.
I just have a quick question before in your motion. What if 60,000 isn't enough?
We would spend up to 60,000.
Okay, I just want to understand.
Unless the council wants to increase it.
Okay. So
I will second that motion.
All right, so basically it's option 1, approving modification of sidewalk repair to increase the threshold from 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch, no longer visibly marked sidewalk defects. Go to a 50-50 split, but a maximum of $60,000 to be spent.
Correct.
And then if it's not spent, to be carried over year to year to year to year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded, so discussion. Mr. Johnson, any comments?
Good.
Mr. Grocott, any comments?
Just that I can go with what he's talking about, just to get us somewhere.
Okay.
I agree with the speakers that it should be 100% the city, but, this has been a long time, and to get anywhere, we got to compromise, so.
All right, any comments, gentlemen, on this side? Okay, ready to go? So I'll call the question, unless there's some comment from staff.
The Public Works Director, I think, is just asking a clarifying question of the motion to make sure that we've got it right. I think we understand the prior elements of the motion that came from the last meeting. But in terms of these new elements, there would be a $60,000 of city general fund money that would go towards paying half.
Right.
And so, is that I guess my question is it on a first come, first served basis, or do you want to limit the budget to $120,000 of work?
I offer, even though my recollection is from when Ron and I talked about this, it's similar to some of the staff discussion about it's $60,000 a year to pay for up to 50%.
Right.
So in other words, if there were $120,000 worth of work that had to be done, the entire $60,000 would be used. If there was $150,000 worth of work to be done, the $60,000 would be used, but you would only cover 6/15 of each parcel's cost.
Okay, so the motion is up to 50%?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that correct, Ron?
That clarifies it for us then.
It's not the way that I envisioned it, but I think that would sort of be shortchanging people. I think I would rather do it on a first come first served basis. And so if somebody, it's basically if you've got, let's say the average cost of the city is $2,000, we got 35 homes, and we use it up, that's $60,000. Those 5 are in line the next year. If there's 25 this year and 30 the next, we would have that. There wasn't, if we want to discuss that, that's fine, but my gut reaction is that ends up sort of shortchanging people, that some people might not only get, they might get less than half.
The only question I have is, I think Mr. Walter might have brought up, how are we picking these? How are we picking who's going to get fixed?
Well, my original thought was on a first come first served basis, or maybe the city prioritizes. I think that's probably something we ought to discuss, and I'd probably look to staff for some direction on that.
Yeah, I think that's an issue that we can probably work out at the staff level in terms of programming. Okay, so 50%, $60,000
cap.
And I'll just point out that the only difference there is you're actually going to do less sidewalk work community-wide under that motion than you're currently requiring, not paying for today, because the city's not paying for it, residents are. But typically it's between $200,000 and $300,000 worth of
You have
work.
to come up and ask a question. I'll let you come up. I still got 3 minutes.
I would like to ask the staff, under this proposal, how many years would it take to fix all the sidewalks in San Carlos? Would it be 100 years or 200 years?
I don't think there's a number that we can come up with at 11:30 at night on that. Yeah.
There's one of the options for the council was to have an inspection program of all the sidewalks that would be done, so that question could be answered, but it couldn't be answered tonight with the information we've got.
This is a meaningless proposal then. You don't know what you're going to get fixed.
Sorry? No, not for 2 minutes. I'm sorry. I didn't call on you, ma'am. I'm sorry. It's okay. Okay, so we got a motion on the floor. Does everybody understand it? Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, so we'll leave staff to work out some of the smaller details on that, and then we'll go from there. Do anyone have any council subcommittees, regional boards, any comments from the council? Hearing none, staff, any comments tonight? Administrative?
No, I think we can let you go home this evening. You earned your paycheck.
There will, just so everybody knows, there will not be a meeting on March 27th.
35 cents an hour, I think.
Anyway, sorry about that.
There will be a meeting on March 27th, just to let people know. All right, thank you very much. Adjourned.